Hey, Bill Hughes said, hey, hello, everybody. We are going live. We are live. Is it live or is it that audio cassette tape company? Not a sponsor, but they could be.
If they wanted to.
I didn't get it in the description. I have
Hey,
the.
Bill
Hughes said, hey, hello, everybody. We are
Uh-oh.
going live.
Hold on. Hold
we
on.
are live. Shut up. Shut up, Dean, said Dean. These are the complications of doing live streams. I'm using the big screen to host a friend's host the most, but I have to refresh it. Anyway, top left is the avatars. Yin and Yang is Dean, that's me. Underneath me is a bear, that's George. And underneath that is, I can't even say that in French. Bill, you say it, what you say in French? Or
It
Cajun?
is the Batman who laughs.
Yeah, but it has a LeBeau or something.
Yeah, LeBeau.
Oh,
So
it's
it's the
just
LeBeau
LeBeau.
who laughs.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. And then I have to find the dots. Hold on, hold the line, please. So we got the avatars covered. A fourth avatar may appear. That would be Scott. May not. We never know. Pop out the chat. Switch the chat to live chat. Move it back over here. Then scroll the window. It says 2 watching now. Thank you, 2. Now it says 4 watching now. Thank you, 4. Please be patient. And these numbers are never accurate. And it all depends on YouTube lag. Assure yourselves while looking at the wrestling employees and coworkers on the screen from the thumbnail. I'm doing many things in this other window. 5:01 p.m. go live. That worked. Now I have to go down and start a log. I'm doing that off screen. Log. It ends up in a pinned comment, or if we ever take it out of the live sections and split it into other videos, we'll have offset timestamps. Here you can see. So we're going to say,
Yep.
except I must find my OBS ware. BS
While you're
ware.
doing that,
I
Dean,
like it. Yeah.
while you're doing that, I want to say something to everybody out there that is hearing this and seeing this on YouTube now. First off, I want to thank him. He's giving me time on his platform to discuss things that have recently become very, very important to me and to my family, and letting me put this out in the world. And I just want to let everybody know that I really appreciate what he's doing for me. So again, thank you, Dean.
You're very welcome. And we would have, had we had more time, but life lives itself upon us all. Had we had more time, we would have gone through all the motions and helped Bill set up his own OBS wares or whatever. And he could have done it on his own and put it to his own channel. Read the description, it says right in there. Should we decide later that we don't want to leave it as is, especially if we get to part 2, and me and my friend Scott from Indiana go and say things that Bill doesn't necessarily agree with, but it was activated, used to be triggered. Now, what am I trying to figure out? I'm trying to figure out too much and run my mouth at the same time. All right, 04, and I got to remember this might take more than an hour or so. Double digits, 30. And I won't put the log up on the main screen, turn on every single time I do this. That's what I've got the other screen for, along with every other thing that the other screen's got to do. Okay, I can see the watching now. I can see the chat. I can see the timer. Intro. Introductions. And thank yous. Plural. done. Dean's Destiny Bloop. BS.
I
I
would
just
say
got
blurb.
done. I should probably just say stuff, even though I wrote BS in the description.
You did, but you changed it.
I changed it. It's stuff. Buying everybody a minute or two to get on board, and just in case we get more watchers or whatever. And that's how this all piled together today into a huge pile that may turn out to be like a 5 hour or 7 hour. Who knows? You never know, especially with Dean involved. 7 hours, 7 minutes seems to be a constant number. It says so in the description. How it usually goes is when we're doing in person classes. Everybody that's had my classes. Sorry, the chat just popped up, but it was George. Hello, George. Thanks for doing that. Like George and Bill, they've heard it so much they're probably ad nauseumed of it, which means nauseated and sick of hearing it. But I truly believe it. That's why it says on all of my stuff, I am a great believer in destiny because and I looked it up today to make sure the stats were accurate. 8.3 billion people on this little rock. Here's right now just the three of us, and hopefully going to be a fourth of us, and anybody listening or watching or whatever. Just the right now, it would say, I guess, total about 10 of us. There's 10 of us out of 8.3 billion sitting in this little internet space right now, of all our different ages and backgrounds and from whence we came. And the purpose of all of this live streaming stuff and everything else that's just supposed to be, but when we do classes together, it really is true. Sharing our wealth of knowledge, information, and experience with each other. And I truly, truly believe it, even though I say it in that self deprecating, foolish way of it's Dean's BS. Okay, you ready, Bill?
Whenever you are.
We dragged it out. We're 8 minutes in. What do you want on screen first?
You can put up the
Get
outline first. Come on, I've got it right here in front of me too.
I have to scroll. Hang on.
You're fine.
Let me zoom that. I should timestamp it. Give me a second. 08 30 with OOs in front. Outline on screen. ... Bill takes over, and I'm going to mute my microphone, sir. Just holla if you want me to scroll it. Hang on.
All right, good.
And let me make it bigger. It starts with, well, it starts with, is that big enough for you
I
to
can read it.
see it? Okay.
I can see it in the Discord, so I'm good.
Okay. Just so everybody knows, Bill's not looking at the YouTube. He's looking at the Discord. All right. And now let me, oh, I can't move my log to the other screen. The log is part of this text file. All right, sir. I'm muting.
All right. Well, for those of you who don't know me, I go by LeBeau Who Laughs. I'm a huge DC Comics fan, and I am a huge Batman fan. Therefore, the icon and the name and all that. So, first things first, on the outline that you can see up here, where it says professionalism versus discouraging contact with former employees, business management. Dean, I'm going to invite you to chime in once I get kind of quiet for a minute so that you can kind of add in stuff with the business management part. A little bit more about me. I do hold my own business as a training company. I do unarmed instruction in the state of North Carolina for security. What we're talking about here with professionalism versus discouraging contact with former employees, this has been something that I've had on my mind for probably 3 years now, 2 to 3, somewhere in that neighborhood. A couple of years ago, I had a really good friend of mine, still a really good friend of mine. I was working at a different company than the one he worked at. Well, those 2 companies did not like each other at all. And company B, the one that my friend worked for, was told, "If you are friends with anybody in company A, the one that I worked for, you couldn't have any conversation with them." It wasn't outright said. Let me make that clarifying statement. It was never put out that way as, "You cannot." From my understanding of what my friend told me, it was highly discouraged without being explicitly said. And I'm sure that he's watching this now, and if it was wrong, he will definitely correct me later. So there you go. But moving forward into this with the discouraging contact with former employees, recently I was terminated from the place that I worked, which happened to be the same company that he works for at the same time. I should have read red flags. I didn't. Loyalty, all of that. You people know how it goes. Well, right after I got terminated, I was speaking with a very recently former coworker, and I looked at him and I said, "So let me guess, this means that you and I can't ever have any discussions anymore." And he says, "Yeah, that's kind of where that's going. That's the impressions that I got." And something that kind of stuck out with me was that person had said that he was a man of integrity, and I can believe that. However, with that, if somebody's going to tell you what you can do or who you can talk to on your own personal time, that does not seem just right to me. And again, I'm just venting at this point. It doesn't seem right because that seems like an issue of they're trying to control every aspect of your life just for a paycheck. And that doesn't seem correct to me. But people got to do what they got to do to take and make sure they feed their family and take care of their bills and all that. So, from my point of view, you know, professionalism versus discouraging contact with former employees, it seems to me that they should not be able to tell you who you can and can't talk to, especially when you're not on their company clock and that you should be able to talk to whoever you want. I mean, we do have this thing in the Constitution, and I'm going to bring George up because George is very knowledgeable about the Constitution. I'm not going to hold anything back on that. It has freedom of speech, which means you can say most anything you want to say, not everything, but you can speak with who you want to. And if you go back into the professionalism of it, that to me comes across as somebody who is not actually professional, but more of somebody who would want to be controlling and manipulating and try to keep the narrative of whatever story they want to tell in their court so that they can say whatever they need to say and not give anybody else a chance to what's the word I'm looking for? Voice an opinion or disagree with them. It goes back to something, you got to toe the company line. You got to do this. You got to do that. Well, that's perfectly fine too, but there is limits to what you should be able to do. If you wanted to keep it professional and keep it in the realm of professionalism, it would be, hey, while you're on the clock or while you're at work, we don't want you speaking with pretty much anybody unless it's work related stuff. And that would be professional. And to me, that would be right. With extenuating circumstances of family emergencies, things like that, spouse is sick and in the hospital, child sick and in the hospital, parent, grandparent, whatever, an extenuating circumstance. That's where to me that would be professional and would be correct, but not necessarily, you know, one of those deals where you can't talk to this person because we fired them. That does not come across that way. Uh, so now I'm going to turn it over to Dean just for a minute to get his take on it, and then if Dean wants to let George throw in his 2 cents, let's do it all and let's get everybody's viewpoints on it because we're all learning this stuff together at this point. So I'm yielding the floor to Dean for this particular section.
Okay, so all just dealing with bosses trying, and I put it in the log as discouraging contact with, I don't know if you saw it. Bosses do not own their employees. B, talking about former boss told current employees not to have personal contact with him. That aspect, I guess. He didn't answer. So let me timestamp it.
Yeah.
16.
Oh, you needed me to answer. I'm sorry.
1645. Put some zeros up front. Dean take is exactly what I wrote in the 13-minute timestamp. Bosses don't own their employees. We all will do so that we don't get on the chopping block next. We hope, we think, we whatever, and we're going to talk all about that later. We're all scared children. My take on it is that we put up with an infinity amount of crud from our bosses, and they put up with an infinity amount of crud from us, but boundaries have to be clear. In any relationship in your life, clear and defined boundaries. And if it just is what it is, that boss is so brazen that they are going to tell somebody, and that somebody says, hey man, or woman or whatever, hey, former coworker that we actually started to become friendly outside of the workplace. Boss says, if I'm known to be around you, that I'll lose my job too, or I'll suffer demotions or other BS retaliations. I guess you both have to accept that. Go back and see the beginning of this video or 5 minutes in or whatever and read the top of the description. Then your paths or your destinies lie along different paths. That's from the Star Wars movie. And hopefully you had a really good time together and you can part with such sweet sorrow, etc., all the BS quotes, that one day when they don't work for that tyrant psychopath anymore, I'll say what I want to say about bad bosses, that you can reconnect, especially, it's not 1826, it's 2026. Can I friendly you on Facebook again? Not a sponsor. And I don't know if I would let you be Mark Zuckerberg. I hate you. You're a bad boss and your operation's bad because you're a bad boss. There, take that. Anyway, that's all I got. George, you got anything on bosses trying to tell their employees who they can and cannot contact and limit it only to that?
Not really. I agree with what both y'all said. I mean,
You can take on above.
you can talk about almost anything, as long as it's not one of the things that breaks the law.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back to the outline. Hang on.
George, I know you got a lot more knowledge on the Constitution than I do, and you probably have a lot more on the First Amendment in particular. That's why I was like, hey, because you know the First Amendment better than I would.
As long as you're not talking treason, murder, or anything that will actually break the law, not just because talking about it in hypotheticals is one thing, but when you start plotting, planning, and stuff like that, that's called conspiracy. And it's just sometimes you got to use your own judgment and what sword you want to pierce yourself with, or whatever hill you want to die on, so to speak. Personally, this is my experience with bosses or coworkers. You have to make that determination whether they're friends or not. But I have found that coworkers in certain industries, security being one of them, until proven otherwise, no one is your friend, because they will stab you in the back in a heartbeat. I'm talking coworkers, not people in different companies. Because if you're all still communicating in your different companies, that's closer to being a friend.
I can
Maybe
agree
not.
with that. And yeah, just to
Stick.
kind of piggyback on what you were saying, George,
Okay.
with the friend thing. If y'all are friends, it shouldn't matter, either way. And that was to my point of, if you're friends, nobody should be able to tell you who you can and can't associate with.
Yeah.
True.
Shouldn't. But just
The
go back and rethink what I just said. If their
only exception,
job depends on it, don't put your friends in that kind of pickle. Just say, hey man, I've worked for 1,000 of those. I understand. Hit me up when it's over.
the
I
only
can understand
exception,
that too.
the only exception I see in either one of these is if you're working for law enforcement or somewhere in the criminal justice field, and technically security is in the criminal justice field, you need to be careful if your friend is on the other side of the scales. Do we have friends that may have crossed that line and served their time? Highly possible. And because we might use what they tell us, and they know we're going to use what they tell us to better do our jobs. Like, oh, you need to be careful. You might want some extra guards over here because I heard that there's a group of guys that want to rob the place and they're coming in hot and heavy. I don't have any proof. That's if you want extra security guards along with 911 on speed dial. You can take that and inform your supervisor or boss or whoever to get extra guards there for a certain time, and let your client know through the grapevine you've heard there's something that's going to be going on, that they might want to keep an eye on their employees. But we're talking, oh, my boss was mean to me. He took away my Snickers bar and ate it in front of me. Okay, that's not the boss's. If you talk to someone about that, that's not the boss's business until you go to the authorities to report said boss. Then it becomes his business. But other than
And
that, it's not his
and
business.
that's kind of something we're going to talk about here in a little bit. From the outline, when we talk about HR complaints and timeline documentation and all that sort of stuff, and that's all pretty much internal. But we'll get to that in a minute.
If you're not going to take it internal, it's not the boss's opinion. He has no say in the matter because you're just venting. Friends can vent to friends. Otherwise, they go cuckoo.
Yeah.
Amen to that.
All right.
All right. Well,
I time stamped it earlier. Now I got to correct the timestamp because that was a good earful, and it gave me time to talk to Scott in the chat. He typed in the chat.
hello, Scott.
Can't get in the Discord yet, but he's trying. He's working on it. And
All
it's
good.
24:30 instead of the other. What both you and what Bill and George just said reminded me. We have a law because we're talking about security in North Carolina, and George hit on it. In 74C, you may not. And it depends on your employment manual and contract that you have with your bosses. But you may not disclose client information to anybody outside of the company. So if you're talking with some friends about work, especially if you formerly worked there, and they try to tell you, man, you remember so and so at the site and blah blah blah, say shut up. Not only do you not want to hear it because you don't work there anymore, especially if you got terminated, but you don't want them to get in trouble for saying out loud something that violates the law. And according to that law, it's a misdemeanor to violate it, even though the whole point of the board is supposed to be fees and fines and administrative slaps on the hands. It's a piss poorly written law, which most of ours are all over this country. But there is that is it's protected under law. You can't talk to anybody outside of your company that contains any. It says confidential in one place, but it says any client information in another.
Correct. Correct. If you're talking hypotheticals or third, fourth, fifth person, such as I work this place and we had to crawl through mud. I didn't like it, but I did it. Okay, you're not giving out any specifics. But as soon as you mention location, specific client itself, you broke that law. I dealt with it as an investigator.
Which is under the same law in North Carolina.
Yeah, that's right. I said I talked to, when I did it, it was under as an investigator, not as a security guard, but it covers everybody. That confidentiality. But you are permitted to spike in hypotheticals as long as you use no names and no specific locations, and sometimes not specific times, because people can take the time you're talking about in your story and okay, you're talking about over here.
Okay, let me get
to one time.
Go ahead, finish.
It really depends on what you're talking about, but since I've also taught like the two of you, but I did mine in the public realm versus the private realm. Just don't talk about specifics or specific people or specific names.
Redact it like when we get to the documents, we'll show you it's well redacted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scott said he's getting the app on his phone. He might be able to get on the server there, which you can, Sir Scott. Bluetooth connect your brand new headphones to your phone as well. And then Perimeter Security Services said, common ground relationship is for trust, not in all caps, because we work together, exclamation point. Right. Personal relationships, no matter what happens in your careers, and now I can't see it. Discord is notifying me something. Hold on. Hold the line, please. And here's another problem I have with Discord. It's blinking red. Says I have a notification, but when I open the app, I don't see anything. There's nothing marked new. All right. Common ground relationship is for trust. Yeah. And if you can truly trust your friends or your relation people, if that developed out of a workplace, then the boss can go kiss a bum, in my private opinion. But to finish up on the topic, yeah, absolutely. Then say with trust to your friends, hey, we can't talk about that stuff because it might get you in trouble with the same boss that the one we're talking about right now, if we were in a different state, had wrongfully terminated me, and I can get them in a world of hurt for it. Hello, Scott. Now remember, if you can hear us and talk with us, and I don't know if you can see the screen share in your phone, if that's where you got it working. But you'll have to mute or stop your YouTube stream and go back to Discord. And so sorry, everybody. These are the dynamics of life. Technology failures. So you ready to roll with leadership, Mr. Bill Hughes?
I'm
Yeah.
muting myself at this point.
Yeah, we can definitely do that, Dean. I'm going to let you kind of take the lead on this particular portion, and I'll kind of chime in when you say, "Hey, Bill, do you got anything to put on that?" Because I do have some opinions and I do have some thoughts on it, but I'd let you take the lead on it if you don't mind.
Well, I'm not sure what you meant, and it's your outline. So, if nothing else, if you will, sir, if we just need to take a break, we'll take a break and talk with Scott for a second about getting the Discord operation so he's on the same page with us.
Well,
But
I mean, if you want me
otherwise,
to,
what
if you want me to, I
if
can kind of give my opinions and things on that, and then you can chime in. That's fine.
yeah, and again, I don't, is was main purpose of starting this or doing this, and it grew. This tiny little seed grew into a great big. I think is going to be a real good tree. I wonder is that looping back through Scott? No,
I
doesn't
don't know.
appear.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear
Yes.
you.
Oh, see, my screen is showing Discord has me on a sign in page. I don't even have I just tried to sign in like 3 times and it just keeps bringing me the sign in page. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yeah,
you. We can see it.
yeah, and
Wow.
I've got too many junks in my way. You got a pink Discord icon.
Xbox controller.
I hope you like wearing pink. That's the Discord icon
I
as
have
Looks
no
like
your
a
idea.
Xbox
avatar,
The,
and I cannot see
okay,
yet.
okay. Now, for some reason, Discord did not allow me to get to the page. I had to go back completely out, and now I'm back on. So now I can see. I have a pink. It looks like underwear or something. White underwear
It
and a
looks
pink
like an Xbox controller.
Yeah, I think it is an X. It's some kind of gaming controller and a smiley face all wrapped in one.
It's the Discord icon.
Yeah, their original icon, I do believe, is a game
Yeah.
controller.
Yes.
And
I have
so I got to get this up. 30. We're going to say 33 minutes. Welcome aboard, Scott.
Thank you. Should I mute when I'm not talking?
It's probably that way we don't get any loop back echo, but I don't mute mine because if you're using your headphones, you're not going to have any loop back.
Yeah, I haven't even got my headphones attached yet. Are you hearing loopback? I turned off the YouTube.
Oh,
It'll loop back even through Discord, but right now, no. So don't worry about smashing stuff. 33. Second item checklist. Everybody else, welcome Scott aboard and be glad that it's working like it's working. Is leadership. And then Bill's gonna say why. And to catch you back up, Scott, because it's Bill's stream, but he just said he'd rather some of us with more experience or ideas on this other topic, like leadership, will talk after he talks.
Absolutely.
Without jumping in the deep dive, we all take turns and say whatever we have to say based on whatever Bill says, knowing that read the outline, it's on the screen. I sent it to everybody in email. Don't jump ahead. We're going to focus our thoughts. Go ahead, Bill. What do you got to say about leadership?
so okay, leadership. That's our next piece on the outline. In the actual next piece would be business management, but under the subcategory is leadership. I have a very unique philosophy when it comes to leadership. I have a blend of, and Dean will disagree with my blend of philosophy on this. I have a philosophy from what I took from the military, which was basically a issue of, excuse me, leaders lead from the front. They do things that, you know, the best way to put it is leadership. You do stuff that you don't do things you wouldn't ask somebody else to do. And if you're not willing to get out there and do it yourself, then you don't have much business being in a leadership role because you don't have a good understanding of what it's like out there, as they would say in the military, boots on ground or out in the field or, in the security industry, out on the streets. You know, if you don't have a basic premise and understanding of that, then you have no business in leadership. And with that also comes the responsibility of quite a few things. And me and person who owns Perimeter Security, thank you for watching on YouTube, sir. We had this philosophy that, broad overarching, and Dean, I think you agree with it. I'm not 100% sure. We've never actually had this discussion that I can remember. And I didn't write it down. So no, I never trust a memory, what you should write down. That's an actual factual thing. Leaders should, number one, when things are going great, everything is moving along smooth, everything is just clicking in the right way. Leaders should never take all the credit for themselves. They should pass that on to the ones that are out there actually doing this stuff. Okay. First and foremost, don't take all the credit in for yourself. On the flip side of that, when things are going to, crap, you are the one that shoulders the burden and the responsibilities because it was your decisions as the leader to make and do these things. And if it falls apart, it's not the lowest person's, fault. They're just doing what they're told. You're the one that made the decision. And if it falls apart, you're the one that needs to shoulder the blame. First and foremost, there are exceptions to that because you do have people in, that are, like I said, out in the field or, out there on the street or whatever you want to call it. Again, it's kind of, insert metaphor here, that they may just don't care and they're going to do what they want to do anyway. That's where something falls in, and it's not in the outline, but it would become accountability. That's a big issue when people don't want to take accountability for what they've done. And it's even worse as leaders or in leadership where you refuse to take accountability for your bad idea or your good, and if it's a good idea, you pass it along. But if it's a bad idea, you take accountability and responsibility for it. If you do something wrong, you own up to it. That's accountability, period. And I don't know if anybody else agrees with me or disagrees with me. And if anybody in here with the Discord or on the YouTube disagree, please let me know. I'm open to it because I'm not perfect. But leadership comes down to, in the shortest, simplest of terms, you were selected or you were chosen or you were, in some people's cases, and, I've even been there at some point in time myself, I won't lie. I was the last man standing, so I guess you're the one that's got to go do it and teach all the new people, hey, this is what we do. Well, okay. It still falls on your shoulders. And as a good leader, you need to make sure that you're showing the right way, not just legally, but also morally, because there is a whole plethora of things. And again, my leadership style is a mixture of just my own self experience and learned behavior from my time in the military. So there's my little, however long of a rant I just did on leadership. Dean, if you want to chime in on it, please. please feel free at this time, sir. I'm yielding the floor to you.
All right. And then I hope George and Scott are making notes, and we're limiting it to this discussion of leadership, that kind of like trying to keep it like the court guys do. You got to limit your cross-examination or rebuttal statements to what they just said, that one little piece. The only thought that really comes to mind, sir, and later when we go a free-form jazz odyssey in part 2, I'll probably say more. But when you said your thing about the leaders being chosen or selected, that's the way you say it, and you've been there. It's an old saying, and I have a whole many of sayings. When you hear me throughout this or any of my other live streams, say I have a saying. What I say, the full long version is, I have an ancient Chinese saying I just made up. Bill said chosen or selected, and go back and listen to my destiny stuff. And I say, when you are called out or called up or called upon, you might be called to something. If that's leadership, hope you had somebody tell you something good, like go listen to Bill's version, then listen to Dean's version, and then George, and then Scott, and then anybody who types in the chat. Or, and this is definitely way later in part 2, and I will defer to Scott. Hope you read a book, whether you believe in it or not, faithfully, that's full of examples of failed leaders and followers and everything else. It goes to, it's kind of part of that my Priscilla said, oh, you're going to talk about that stuff? See, 2 Peter. And then I told Bill, make sure you don't cough in your microphone, and I coughed in mine. So leadership, meaning any promotion, any level, whatever, just in terms of raw business management. And we are making distinctions between government employee and private employee, and we probably shouldn't. We should contract everything in the whole government. Now it's private. There, we've done away with qualified immunity. They have to indemnify themselves. They have to get qualified. And most important, whether it's field leadership like Bill's talking about, or in the military, or in these quasi or paramilitary organizations, they're going to call you some stupid thing like sergeant or corporal or whatever. Hell T. With power comes responsibility.
Pause real quick. On that one, pause real quick. With great power comes great responsibility. Give credit where credit's due. Thank you, Stan Lee, in the comic book of Spider-Man. That was Uncle Ben to Peter Parker. Thank you, sir. Moving on.
I know I've said it for a long time. I don't know where it came from, but I can believe Spider-Man, because I used to love the 70s TV show. Didn't read all the comics, but I probably read some of them. Yeah, that's it. And man, I wish I could have unarchived the old Dead Face Space, because I had all those things there, and sometimes explanations of them. That my main thought on being that kind of like an in the field leader is, people behind you doesn't make you a leader. It means they're more scared than you and probably smarter than you, because they're using you for cover. In private or corporate business management, getting up into the office building, probably being told that you got to wear a tie every day or some joke. And I saw the chat perimeter. I'm going to put it over on screen in just a second, because I'm pretty much done with this. And I think it's in the description somewhere. I know it went back and forth between me and Bill Hughes, Bill Hugs. What makes you qualified for that. When you're standing up there calling yourself leader, boss, sergeant, kicking your boots and recruits in the privates. Get it? Privates. Ha ha, I'm so funny. And throwing sand in their cereal and all that other stuff that abusers of power do. Giving them write-ups. Wait till you see this thing. It's a joke. Stop and ask yourself, would you hire you for that job? What in your background and everything else? Part of being a leader is lead by example. Don't matter how you got thrown into that box, you got to deal with it. So if you don't have the qualifications or if you find yourself ever in your life not asking questions, you are not good at whatever you're doing. You should always be asking questions. Am I good enough? Am I smart enough? And gosh darn it, do people like me? Stole it from Saturday Night Live. Stuart Smalley, I think his name was. But that's all I really got on leadership. If you find yourself in a leadership role, worse, if you apply for those jobs and hold yourself out as qualified, you better damn well be. All those beneath you, which they're not, will judge you a lot harsher than me, and I will judge you harshly. And remember, all that is temporal, and it's here on planet Earth, and it really doesn't matter. Which I will certainly defer to part 2, to Peter, the whole thing, and Scott later. Now, let me get to the chat. Mr. Perimeter Security said, good old boy systems are not acceptable for leadership. Out for themselves. Systematic fails.
Systemic fail? Yep. Out for themselves? Yep. Is it acceptable? All right. I'm going to probably use a word I shouldn't hear, but I heard you say one word. So I'm going to say one that's a little different, but it'll be okay. Good old boy system is acceptable for leadership. Oh, hell no. That is a dumbass move. Pardon my language. And if we have to bleep because I said those, I apologize.
Oh no, because we might have to bleep because I took it and put it in the description, from that collection of tales, the most famous collection of tales in world history. Colloquially and commonly known as the Bible. Man, when I started reading through 2 Peter and found dumbass, I stopped. Full stop. We'll get to that later. But yes, and I like that. Whether you meant it, sir, Perimeter Security Services, you're a master of wordplay way above my IQ, or autocompute did it to you. It says in the chat, systematic fails. Even something built on a solid foundation, which most businesses are not, don't worry about it. If it's not systemic failure, which means everything everybody's doing it all day, every day are failing, then it will systematically fail. It'll fall off in little pieces. That's just my take on what he wrote in chat. Thank you for writing that in chat. That's how these things get good. Now, George, you got anything on leadership?
Only thing I have is one of the other goals of a leader, a good leader, is to take what his underlings or sidelings say and the ability to smooth everything over so it makes their job easier. Because by making their job easier and making them look good, they make you look good. Because if you're of a company, a unit, or a quick stop, if everything goes smooth and you don't lose anything, everybody's happy. And the happier your workers are, the less likely they are to gripe, the more likely they are to be loyal to what you're trying to get them to be loyal to and to show up on time. You know,
Not just show up on time, but actually do the job you're hired to do. So if you're hired to stand there for 8 hours and go, "Hey, do you have a badge?" or "Hey, do you have identification?" then that's what you do. If you're hired to go drive around this little area and make sure nobody's doing anything that is against a company policy or illegal, go see Unarmed Trainer Instructor's book, one of the very first things. And as a certified trainer, Dean, you are a certified trainer, and I stole this from you, but I'm going to give credit where credit's due. The first 4 things, and in the first 2, 4 functions of what we do as security, period. They decided, the politicians and lawyers, to put 1,000,000 words in that break down to prevent and detect crime. That was the layman's terms that Dean puts out, and I use that, and it's effective. And then the second one, prevent, observe, detect rule breaking, which that was the layman's terms, and again, Dean came up with that one. I borrowed it, and I use it when I teach. So again, there's something else. Give credit where credit's due. Thank you, Dean.
I was more talking in generalities, not just security. Sorry.
It's all good.
No, don't be sorry, sir. Don't. And I always have to pick on Bill and George about this. Don't qualify your statements, and don't be sorry for what you say. Unless you say a racial slur on the streams, then you better be sorry. Anyhow.
That person didn't hear.
Yeah.
That person didn't hear.
Yeah.
I don't think they'd want to be a part of this. That would be bad.
Sometime during me running my mouth and moving eyes back and forth across screens, I noticed that Scott got his under duress avatar in place. So it's not a little, on one screen it was a pink Discord icon. The other screen it was a blue Discord icon. Now it's, I believe, a Bible verse. First off, Scott, what Bible verse is that?
I believe that's from the Gospel according to John, where Jesus said, "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free."
Yay. Well,
Those are
anyway.
very powerful words. Too bad most people don't live by that.
Yeah.
We are living that truth is not valued by many. In fact, deception seems to be the main desire of people. People turn their ears away from the truth in almost every facet of society that I can see.
Definitely agree with that too.
Yep. And we're going to have to make some audio adjustments. I'm not sure how. Now you're coming through highly modulated and very deep. I wish I had a good voice like that. But we'll work that out later. Just, do you have anything on the limited scope of business management and leadership based on all the yapping we just did?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, now your audio is much better. Thank you.
Okay, I just disconnected the headphones. Now I have to figure out how to get the speakerphone back on.
Okay. So anyhow, you have the floor, sir. In the scope we were talking about leadership. Any thoughts?
So I heard a lot of very good stuff. There are a few things that I can probably add to what not to look for in a leader, somebody that strives to have that position. One of the things that I've observed in life is the people that lust power are usually the people that should never have those. But people that are elevated because of their skills, their wisdom, their usefulness of knowledge, and they're not seeking after those positions, but they get elevated to those. Those are usually the ones that are going to be searching after wisdom and actually having a greater care for all the people that are involved in the organization in which they are leading. And it's one of those principles that Jesus actually taught regarding the kingdom of heaven is he that is greatest among shall be servants to all. And I've had the uh, great fortune of being able to work for a few companies where I have seen that the leadership has a greater concern for their employees than they do for the bottom line. And that is something that actually I view as makes a really good leader is somebody, and I heard this kind of fed through the, I don't remember who exactly was saying it, about those that want to make sure that everything runs smoothly for the people that are all interconnected within the organization. And that is undergirding and caring for those things. And it just makes the entire organization work better. Absolutely. Give credit to those whom credit is due and honor to those whom honor is due. And sometimes a leader has to humbly accept credit when they are receiving credit. And sometimes they have credit humbly when they've done something that wasn't right. But I think it's a good leader understands the weight of the responsibilities that is put upon his shoulders. And he doesn't take it lightly and he doesn't abuse that, but he looks at it with fear and trembling, knowing that people in the organization are at his fingertips.
Is that all?
Sorry?
Is that it?
That's all I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay. Next time, and we may do an audio test in just a moment. We got to get to make sure that this is not the problem. Make sure your phone is sitting, you're using your phone or your computer.
I am on my phone. I could not access it on the computer.
Yeah, we'll work that out another day. Make sure your phone and you are sitting very still when you speak because we never lost you entirely, but it kept going to sounding like tinny old mono far away audio and then back to really good audio and then tinny far away audio. But I'll shut up about that. We'll see how it rolls next time. All right, Bill Hughes, we are at communication. Why did you put that in your outline?
Okay, so communication. Dean and I have very different views on communication, but very similar views. He's very strict in adhering to don't tell me anything, write it down. I agree with that up to a point. There are instances where communication can be a verbal thing. However, when it comes to major or even organizational things, there needs to be clarification, number one, and it does need to be written. And I'm going to go back to one of the other things, and this is something that I, do in my stuff that I do. I give the example of my age, and I've had quite a few of those bumps on the noggin. I don't remember things like I used to, so write it down. However, in that, there is a thing where you can still communicate to people effectively verbally, but this is where I do agree with it wholeheartedly. You communicate something verbally, you need to go back and write it down, number one. And number two, if it is asking somebody to do something, especially in a professional environment, send that email because that's what's going to basically cover you. And I found this out, just recently, where I sent an email while I was still working, and we'll get into that too with the termination and HR complaint piece and documentation, so on and so forth. But I sent an email saying, "Hey, did what you said, no problem. Just want to confirm that you did say this, and this is what I came up with, letting you know. Please let me know you got that." And the response back, of course, was not written, because why would it be written at that point, especially with the language used in it? But communication is very important, because if we don't know what we're supposed to do, how are we supposed to do it? Number one. Number two, if you're not telling or writing or any kind of communication of what's expected, what to do, what not to do, how to perform, and this is all in professional arena. Personal arena, how you talk with your spouse and all that, of course, you should speak with them with respect. Significant other, whatever, you should speak with them with respect. But just in the professional arenas, respect is also very key. But you also need to make sure that it's clear and well defined, which that was something that I've noticed was, and it's been in not just one place, but multiple places, was severely lacking, where it was somebody would say, "Hey, go do this." And then they go tell the other person, "Hey, go watch this." They're going to go do this thing and they're going to get jacked up. And then they watch and it happens. And I've seen that. And I've seen where communication things happen, where somebody recently said to me about a friend of mine who shall remain nameless, from a management standpoint. This was a manager, and this was not that long ago. Not going to, again, name names or anything like that. But they point blank said, "Yeah, that guy's fake." And I've heard, you know, plenty of things where, they'll communicate that stuff, but they won't ever address it with the person to begin with. Why? Well, there could be a multitude of reasons. Number one, they don't want to hurt their feelings, and that may be true. And then again, it may be, let's just see what throws out there and who finds out what. There's multiple things, but communication, you have to, number one, say what the expectations are, say what is to come of those expectations if you meet them, what's to happen if you don't meet them, everything in detail. It has to be detailed, or it's going to be, absolute chaos. It's going to be absolute anarchy, and people are going to just go do whatever they want to do, how they want to do it. And at that point, and going back up to the leadership end, leadership really can't say much, because if the leader did not communicate effectively what they wanted and how they wanted it, then the person doing whatever it was that was asked to be done, you can't really fault them. I've seen instances, and this is, for real, for reals, for really reals. "Hey, what do you want me to do?" "Oh, I don't care. Just do what you need to do, man. It's all good. We'll back you 100%. And they will, up to the point that they don't want to no more. Why? It doesn't align with what they are actually trying to do. So, having said that, I'm going to go ahead and yield up again. Number one, I got to go to the bathroom. And number two, I can let Dean and everybody else kind of chime in. Go ahead, Dean.
Okay. I got a pee too, but we had a chat come in from Perimeter, so we're going to look at that. The tone of communication in Senesio. Autocomplete did something. Directives at all levels within leadership. Scenario. The tone of communication in directives at all levels within leadership. We'll all try to puzzle on that for a minute while we're talking about communications. And George or Scott, do either one of you want to holla about communication based on what Bill just said and build on that a little bit? because I really do got a tinkle.
Well, the only thing I have to say on communication, whether it's verbal or written, it needs to be articulated clearly and precisely. Because if you hem and you haw when attempting to communicate way you want things done, it leaves the communication open to interpretation. So you can't blame them when they don't do what you want to do, because you hemmed and hawed and said, well, whatever, I just want this to look like this. Okay, well, if it looks like this, don't complain about how they did it. Also, if you don't want someone to communicate with people they see or deal with on a day-to-day basis, as a boss, you need to put that in writing, or at least let them know ahead of time. Don't get upset when they've communicated with someone that they see on a regular basis and you didn't like it. Don't get upset. You can just say that was inappropriate, or I didn't like that, or we need to go forth doing it this way. If you see, like, if the employee is a subcontractor and they're dealing with the client and they talk to the client gives them information and they refer it back to you, but you didn't want them to talk to the client, well, you should have made that absolutely clear. Just let them know that you don't know as the employee, but they can ask the boss, or I can ask the boss to contact you, the client. Being clear and precise is just good communications, period, in the statement. I mean, I'm hemming and hawing now because trying to make sure I get my words out there correctly. Because you don't want to be misinterpreted, because being misinterpreted can wind up you in trouble, the person you're communicating to possibly in trouble, and it can be anywhere from criminal or civil trouble to, we just lost the client because they didn't like what you said to them. Employee, well, I just asked him what time, when is this contract over? Not that I wanted to quit or anything. It's just I was just curious. Well, put down, I'm just curious. Do you have any idea when y'all gonna be done with this job site or done with this thing? Because we got lots of options we can offer you. That's when you say something like that. That's you selling your business that you're working for, because you want them to have as many clients as possible, because the more clients they have, the more money the business is making, the more money you're making, because you're staying employed and getting more hours. That's kind of a loyalty, but not a loyalty. It's you're looking after yourself. And by looking after yourself, you're also looking after the company, which looks after other people. I've had bosses and have been a boss of sorts. When bosses ask me, why do you think it's so important about my company? Why are you doing this to help me out? Well, I'm helping you out because I'm helping myself out. The more I do for you, the more you pay me, the more I can live better. Anyhow, that's about all I have is, attempt to, even if you have to go take speech classes. I mean, they're offered all over the United States, sometimes for free. You can take them in North Carolina, you take that kind of thing to continuing ed, which is a low cost classroom setting where there's no harm, no foul. Or practice your speaking with your buddies. But anyhow, I'll let Under Duress go from here if he's available.
How is my audio sounding right now?
A little loud and a little modulated.
Yeah, I was going to
Okay,
say,
this is
my own words, a little like a robot.
Yeah, it might just be trying to get the work done through a phone. Hang on, there's a chat. Hold your thoughts. We're trying to be attentive, chat. We're trying to. The audience becomes the noise. Position authority clouds the message. Manager versus junior manager. Thoughts. Man, it's hard to get it across in a chat box, isn't it? The audience becomes the noise. Position authority or power clouds the message. Manager versus junior manager. Thoughts. The only question is that your thoughts, or are you asking for our thoughts? And, well, I'm waiting for you to answer. I'm going to open another window because I had thought of it earlier when Bill said something, and then I thought of it again. NCPPSB, any of you interested in security, private investigations? Many of the fields. Type NCPPSB. It's short for Private Protective Services Board in your favorite search bar. Then go to their website. George said take a free class.
One of the things I had to say on the manager versus junior manager or boss or just senior junior employee, if you don't know, admit it. Just tell them, I don't know, but I will look into that. And don't lie about looking into it. Actually look into it, because that question might mean more business or less business depending on how you answer. And that's dealing with government, that's dealing with military, that's dealing with private industry. A junior manager doesn't know anything. He's a junior manager. Managers don't know everything. The boss doesn't know everything. Sometimes you have to go look it up. Don't pretend you know everything when you know you don't. Just go, that's a good question. I'm going to go find out because I really don't know. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
I do not recall.
And then if you don't know, sorry, and then if you don't know, this is something that I always was just taught and I thought was the right thing to do. If you don't know, when you say you don't know, yeah, go look, find out, and find out what it is. Then go back and let them know. You can do it verbally, you can do it written, you can do it however you got to do it, but make sure that you let them know and that they understand it so that everybody's on the same page. Because again, without it, you're going to be operating in complete chaos. And that's just something that is not sustainable. And that's quoting another person I know about things being sustainable or not.
And Perimeter answered their thoughts. George must have said something about it. And Perimeter was answering George, but I was unplugged for the moment in the rest of the room. So anyway, go to the PPSB. This is based on what George said. If you're a self-motivated self-learner, then go ahead and read it. Otherwise, download it or go to their licensee and trainer search and find yourself a trainer. Or you can call me or Bill or Perimeter Security Services. Go under trainer certification. It's a bad named button. Scroll it down. It says unarmed guard trainer resources. The video, this link is supposed to be gone a long time ago, but it's still there. Have fun, laugh. Don't let any of that video sink in.
No, it is very old and outdated. No, don't let it see.
And it was horrible bad when it was brand new. It is wrong X. Anyway,
It's
the
wrong, wrong, wrong.
the wrongly named instructor manual is a trainer's manual. It is the student manual with little pieces inserted that say, show this slide now. Here's the slides. Here's the one that says, show this slide now. And here's the one that just is for students. This is available, like George said, free. If we don't get anything else from the North Carolina Department of Public Safety and their Private Protective Services Board, you can have all these manuals for free. See Module D or Chapter D, Communications. And it is a PDF file. It is searchable. It's not a scan of a 50-year-old fax. They're really coming of age, this government entity. Be careful. Be careful what you do with this. But it's the ABCs of communication. Bill mentioned 2 of them when he was talking. But read the whole thing. Doesn't matter if you're looking at security or not. That's the fire we stand next to. That's the fire that produced this thing. Go see my previous streams. If only all 400 of those cops in Uvalde had known that there was a manual. I'm not going to go down that road. Search for the word brief. And when you search for, is it brevity?
Accuracy, brevity, clarity
Yep.
is the
There it is.
ABCs.
And they say that's for broadcasting over a radio. Or
General.
from your mouth to their ear standing right in front of you. If you learn nothing else, and I don't care what, and I'm a good one to talk, right, everybody?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Adhere to these ABCs of talking, communicating of any form. If you're just being you with your friends, then you can write these crazy, what a friend of mine from a million years ago says, oh, I miss my Dean books. She wants more books. These emails that say 1,000 words and no one can understand what the heck they mean. That's okay.
Oh, politician, lawyer speak.
Or Dean speak. What is that? It's the lyrics from a song. I quoted it at the end of the line. Who wrote it? What record it's from and what year it came out? Oh, I didn't read that far. See the other part of the communication module where it says be an active listener. If somebody spends all their time sending you all the words, read all the words. Anyway, I was just thinking from what Bill said, oh, pull up the book, ABCs. Because it is writing. There is something we can go back to. I wonder where they got that from. Do not take away from or add to blah, blah, blah. Scott knows. But this is secular government training. We can't possibly. Woe unto you who adds to or takes away. So be accurate, have brevity or brief, and be clear. It don't matter what you're doing. Everybody listening to this possible thing should have at least once in their life gone through a drive-through window. Fries with that. But I would have to say that I don't even know how to make that noise out of this microphone and setup. So that's how you find that. Go to the NCPPSB, look under trainer certification, scroll it down until you find the unarmed trainer resources and look at the student manual. Everything they've got over 50 plus years of trying to teach suck irrity guards how to do man, first and foremost, if you're going to work in private security, you're working for private business. You got to learn how to be an employee. But they assume you know that, and they assume incorrectly. See the cliches about assumptions and assume. Anyway, that's really all I have on communications. Anybody that's ever been in my class knows that as far as communication goes, wait, my own original saying, if it isn't written down, it did not happen, which goes with another saying, goes back to leadership. If you're not the boss, it is your job to do what the boss says, including write down what the boss says. Get it in writing. Don't care. Get back with your boss and say, hey, I exactly forgot what you said. Can you say it again and let me record it and let my magical YouTube CC's creator put some CC's up there that I can edit? Or any speech to text translator, whatever. But you should have somewhere, like we just looked at the NCPPSB's books from that same website. I could have pulled up the law, the administrative code. In your dealings, you should have something where you can fall back on, something written. And we'll discuss that again soon. But that's all I got on that. Scott, anything on communications based on all these madness ramblings that we all just went on?
The only thing I would add is actually just reaffirmation of clarification. You know, being clear, trying to communicate as clearly as possible. I am oftentimes, I mourn that I don't have a greater vocabulary and a better command of the English language because I like to communicate things as clearly as possible. If there's any ambiguity, always ask questions. And, you know, if you've got written down directions, it's a really good idea to have a second or a third person, you know, read it and go over it to make sure that there's nothing that could be misunderstood. But yeah, clear communication is important.
Anybody, everybody? I saw that Perimeter wrote a message, but I didn't catch it in time before they redacted it. Before we move on to, hold on, trying to get the outline back on the screen without too much extra garbage. So that was communication. And we're under the topic of business management. And everybody's got to manage themselves first, top to bottom. Anybody got anything else on communication, or should we move on to HR practices? Human resources practices. I probably should have spelled that out.
Let's go ahead and go to the human resources practices. But before we do that, let's take that quick bubble person green break pause for restroom rehydration sort of thing, and then we can convene in 5.
I don't have a be right back screen, so you go ahead, sir, and we'll all sit here and ask each other how's the weather where you're at.
All right. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick 5. We'll be back here shortly.
I'm going to read that chat in just a second under duress. Hang on. Bill, show leader, or no, what do they call him in the movie biz, in the TV biz, showrunner, took a union break. we're all the rest of us still here. Let's roll the chat over here. The H word. I am not a human. There, I saw it. I'm sorry. Did I call you that?
No, you didn't.
Okay. All the rest of us, we're familiar enough with each other. We try not to say activator words. Used to be triggered, but we're not supposed to say triggered since January of 2024. It's another word they've stolen from us.
Yeah, I don't get offended at all about those things.
Yeah, I don't either. If they really wanted us all to know, they would have got the memo out louder. And then we'll timestamp that at 01. Whenever Bill gets back. So, how's the weather up your way, sir? Oh, and just off on that tangent, the guy that I had to go help my Priscilla with today at her work, he lived for 5 years in northern Indiana, right at the border of Chicago, and worked in Chicago. But I can't remember the name of the town he said he lived in, or city. Where are the Chicago Bears moving in Indiana?
I believe they're looking at Hammond, Indiana.
That's it. That's it. Thank you, sir. I didn't have to finish typing it in the giggle bar. He lived there for 5 years.
Yeah, I do apologize for being late. I had planned, I'd gotten home an hour early in time to be able to do everything. And I heard a chainsaw running in the woods behind my house. And
Uh-oh.
I got there just in time to see a couple of guys that put together a tree business that didn't really, neither one of them are very skilled with trees. They were cutting a large oak down for a neighbor, and they'd already dropped 3 trees on the power line last week. I'm surprised my neighbor even let them on his property with a saw after that, but I've been cutting trees for close to 30 years now, and I saw the guy that was trying to drop the tree was actually dropping it backwards, and he hadn't cleared any escape route.
Hmm.
And so I ended up having to get my chainsaw equipment out and help save him from himself. And
When
that put me behind about an hour.
no, yeah, that's the thing that I was supposed to help Mrs. with was she promised me 30 minutes, and I laughed. I sent it out in all the emails I sent, which means I'll hopefully be out of there an hour later than she said, and it was like an hour 20. That's how it goes. It is record
All
hot where I'm at, and George is at, and Bill is at, Central North Carolina. How's things up your way, sir? Are you suffering record
right.
hot?
We are getting at what I would call an average summer. We're 95 degrees and 70 or plus percent humidity.
Mm-mm.
I think that the weather is being over sensationalized by meteorologists. I'm 55 years old, and for the first 35 years of my life, we would have 100, we'd have 2 weeks, about 1 to 2 weeks through the summertime of between 100 and 110 degree temperatures. And sometimes we get up to 115 or so, but that would only be for a day or two a year. And now we're getting into the mid 90s, and everybody's like, oh, it's a heat index warning, and they're over sensationalizing it. And everywhere I go, there's people that are older than me. They're saying, "Oh, be careful, it's hot out." And I'm like, "Wait a minute, didn't you grow up in the same time I did?"
Well, my opinion is the heat index and warnings are to let you know, hydrate, wear a hat, stay out of the sun.
Yeah.
We all forget at times because we get doing something we either like to do or we want to get done fast.
Mm.
I fell into that. I was having too much fun and got zapped, as Dean can contest, and it wasn't as hot as it is today.
Yeah, since we're just filling time, that one tail leads to another, and since the lovely pencil skirts are on screen, growing up in the sunny Southern California, I wore no shirt, no shoes, no pants, shorts, as much as I possibly could in my youth. And especially if I could get near a swimming pool or a beach, I was in the water swimming. And then I grew up and started working in offices and working in offices for about a year and a half or 2 years and never saw the sun anymore at all. I lived in an apartment where we had a swimming pool, but by the time I ever got home from work, it was dark, so I would go swimming at night. And then I got some time off and went to the beach and played at the beach all day like many years before. And I burnt the back of my legs so bad I couldn't even put on shorts. But because I was working in a professional office and they wouldn't give me medical absence or let me work by remote, I solved that. I wore a skirt to work. And everybody got to stare at my blistered back of my legs. They really blistered bad.
To
I'm not
go,
ashamed of it. I
oh
just
yeah,
said I'm Scottish.
when you go from covered constantly to uncovered in the sun, you will blister.
Holy
Every year, at
smokes.
least once during the 70s and early 80s, when longer hair was in the fashion. Every time summer come around, I'd get a short haircut. I'd be out in the sun with no hat, and my ears lobes would blister. I mean, to the point they would get hard scab blisters.
Mm.
But one of the worst unexplained blistering I got, I was small, out on the ocean, the open ocean, and the reflective light off the May West clips, life preserver, because I was about 5 or 6 on a boat, would reflect the
Okay,
light
guys, I'm back.
to my chest, and I had these 3 burn marks. Looked like I had buttons on my front from the combination of the heat of the metal and the reflection coming off the metal. All right, that's
Man.
enough of the chit chat.
All right. Everybody else, you
All right.
just have to type your sunburn stories in the chat. Where we at? We are at 1:34. I'm going to waste the next 20 seconds talking about. Then let Bill roll. I'm going to miss the first 30 seconds to a minute, Bill. Sorry.
That's
I'm
fine.
going to
George got
go.
off for some reason.
What?
George is no longer with us on this.
Oh, well, that just happened because he was just finishing up talking when you came back.
Oh,
There he
there
is.
he is.
He's back. It's just internets and computers.
Yeah.
And then
Welcome to the
perimeter
jungle,
set.
Bill. What was that on the YouTube chat? Welcome to the jungle.
I don't know. Thank you, perimeter security, because now that song is stuck in my head.
We got everything you want. We know the names.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oops, my bad. That made it worse.
It's squirrels. We're just a bunch of peoples.
And I could sit and watch squirrels all day long. I like that.
All right, you start human resources practices, and I'm gonna go refill these beverage containers as quick as I can. Go.
Okay. Well, then we're going to kill a few minutes because I don't know anything about human resource practices, because I will be upfront with you. My personality and the way I try to conduct myself professionally, most of the time I try to fall in line. I try to say the right things, even if it's something that's not appealing to someone and it's not how somebody would want to hear something. I tell the truth. And sometimes that upsets people because I am very blunt, I'm very direct, and I'm very to the point. That is me, and that is partially my leadership style. Uh, to quote someone who is not here, and to go from there, they point blank said, "I am a walking human resources complaint because of their style and how they conduct themselves." And that was their own free admission, and I'm like, you know what? I could see that too, because when something is, and because we're on YouTube and I'm watching my mouth and I'm watching what I say, when something is complete BS, I will call it what it is and I will say that it's complete BS. That's where my issues come in on a lot of things, is I don't have much of a filter. And when I get very angry, that filter really goes away, and we'll all be surprised together with what falls out of my mouth. And uh, so Dean can hear. I said at the very beginning of it, I'm not very much in human resources practices because I don't know, and you don't know what you don't know. So whenever he gets back, if he is back, then
I'm back.
we're gonna let him take the lead on human resource practices, because I kind of feel like I could be a walking human resources complaint because of my honesty and how blunt I can be. So it's up to you, Dean.
Okay. We'll go back to how long is it? This is in the chat now on the screen. How long is the lag between the Discord and the YouTubes? It's different for everybody. That's why we do these things on Discord and I share the screen so that we all see it, because it is different for everybody.
The disco.
Yep, the discos is very little lag because it is true peer-to-peer. It only bounces off their server long enough for our computers to all make the connections, and we haven't pinged each other to find out, you know, whatever. And P2P, yep. And Perimeter said HR needs separation in decision making and how the organization functions.
I
Yeah,
can
and
agree with that.
it's something that it does no good to tell all of us at the bottom. But when you self-assess yourself every day, and we mentioned it earlier, especially the way Bill said it, what's going to wind you up in leadership role? Well, in the military, when Sarge goes down for whatever reason, I coughed and the frog was croaking again. What did you say? When you're chosen or selected by life, ask yourself, am I qualified to be doing this? And that goes back to more of my training and consulting of anything, self-defense, defense. business, computers, all this cop and security stuff. It's all the same. It's just different uniforms or different outfits or something. In terms
Different
of
levels of
human
responsibility.
resources, if you say, well, we're just a mom and pop shop, then you're never going to be anything but that. Speak into being. Build your little shop so that and I've told this true story on my YouTubes before, but let me tell it again real quick. Yeah, and now the technology failures. It told me that there was 0 watching now. Sorry, I got distracted. True story. Somebody very young and very scraggly, and like they weren't wearing sweatpants, but they might as well have been, with a nasty, dirty t-shirt, came in a computer store I was working at in Southern California. And they hemmed and they hawed and they did this and they did that, and my boss was a hole. He was a cussing, swearing, but one of the best bosses I ever had. But he had no temper and no temperament. He knew this, so that's why he hired a bunch of us other nerds to work front and back of his computer store. So when we got done dealing with this young person who was not, a 40-year-old whatever, all dressed up and fancy, and drove up in a Lamborghini or something, just some kid, and treated them like they could buy everything in our store and showed them everything they wanted to look at, because that's what our job was. I mean, I get paid by the hour. I don't care. They hit us with, well, I'm the purchasing scout for the Mr. Bill Gates and Microsoft in this southeastern Los Angeles region. How fast can you get us 3,000 computers? And this is when a good computer costs $3,000 without the monitor. And it's all because the whole business was run in the human resources and customer service and with good leadership, that you don't treat anybody bad in here. So anyway, and it's different, I guess, growing up in a big city. You never know who is representing one of those 50-story buildings. Be kind to everybody. But if you get stuck, all of a sudden you find yourself stuck trying to do the human resources stuff, because the business has grown from 2 to 20, and then it goes by tens, I guess, exponentials, from there to 400. If you didn't manage it right with the 4 employees you had, you're just going to get overwhelmed by the 100. So if you find yourself in a human resources role or an employee relations role, go take a class and go back to communications. Are you going to find anything that helps you with that at the North Carolina Private Service Board? No. But type in your favorite search or talk to your favorite searching phone and ask for human resources training, and you will find hundreds of free or very minimal fee classes, courses, training. It's not 1826, it's not 1926, it's 2026. And aim high. Go, and there's a link down in the description. Guess where I found all the one of the pictures in the thumbnail and a really good write-up on arguing with your boss, a sign of strength or weakness, at LinkedIn, which is a job hiring and recruiting and keep your resume together platform owned by Microsoft, but they still run semi-independently or autonomously. Everything you need to know about human resources is available pretty much for free right over there at LinkedIn. All you got to do is sign up for an account so you can view everything. Somebody fell off again.
Yeah, that was Scott.
Okay. I looked
Hopefully he
away
comes
out.
back.
I looked away, I looked back. How the organization functions, yes. And especially like these nerds that we're talking about in particular, and we're going to get into particulars when we get into the details. I've been disconnected from the Discord. Don't know why, sir. Hang on. I don't have a clue. So anyway, human resources, get trained in it. Yes, you have to focus on your state. But again, we're well past the days of the horse and carriage. Expanding your business in America in the age of the internet, just like all of us from all these different places are sitting here right now, and we're having technology problems. It's going to happen. See, communications. When all these things happen, you have to be prepared, focus on where you're at, growing your little business with visions of, wouldn't you rather be third tier management supervision in a mega corporation than third tier management blah 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 in a destined to fail 3-person company? That's what business is about, is making money. If using this as an example, or all the resources we're pointing to throughout this, giving you these little big picture ideas, because we're still on the big picture stuff. We're not ripping apart the nitty gritty details of what had actually happened were literally get free instruction or training. It's out there. See? Link in. In the G words trade, they say aim small, hit small. In life, we say think small, be small. Speak it into being. Get yourself. Don't try to wear all the hats. Somebody out there, me, Bill, George, and Perimeter, know whose favorite saying that is that I hate. That goes back to leadership. And then I'm shut up about it because we're talking about human resources. If you're going to be the boss, go sit in your boss office and do boss stuff. Hire everybody for everything else. Go get that in your boss training. But human resources practices, all the best practices on planet Earth are out there from the big, mega, multinational corporations. You can download all of their employee manuals for free. And if you can't, maybe you should think about, how do I get that top secret proprietary information? You want McDonald's up-to-date, most current training, and you don't have a 16-year-old standing around you? Go apply for a job and get it. They'll give you all their training in their employee manual. There you go. You've experienced it and learned it for yourself. McDonald's, not a sponsor, but you could be. And I have nothing to say about any of the food chains. They're all equally good and bad. I have thankfully gotten away from the fast food. But everybody else, go ahead. Buy extra. Buy more.
So, Dean, just real quick, since you mentioned the fast food, remind me later. I'm going to, in a personal text, send you a message, and then I'm gonna exact same words, just spelled backwards, and you can get a good laugh.
Okay. I don't know what to say about disconnected from the Discord, Scott. What clicky stuff, work on stuff. Restart your device, clear your caches and whatever. So man, it's such technology is good and then it's not.
When all else fails, a hammer works.
The
Don't
link you
do
sent
that.
me isn't getting me back into the server panel. All I know is that it should question mark. If you can log in on your computer, try that.
You might have you might have to resend him a new link.
Do the links
I've
expire?
they do and they don't.
Hang on.
But it depends on how you set up your link. Yours might have expired and never hurts to send him a new one. I've had that issue with my Discord before.
Now, great. I gotta try to puzzle at something else. Discord interlude. Okay. Find my Discord server. Shoot, when he was here, I should have done friendlies. Because then I could invite to server based on my friends list. Let's see.
I don't know about human resources practices because I think a lot of them do them wrong. But my opinion of what human resources should be doing is beyond the paperwork that you need to keep your employees employed, is to be the go-between between the boss and the employees and the employee and the boss to keep things running smooth and with as little issues as possible. And when it can't be worked out, realize you're the person that's going to take the blame or the credit when you have to get rid of someone because they refuse to follow in the step, in the line. You're the person that's going to have to send out the, use an old vernacular, pink slip.
Yeah.
It's so close to the 4th of July. I got the red, white, and pink slip blues. Oh, it's funny. If I can't laugh at it, then oh my God, I drive myself nuts.
And if you're a good resource, when an employee resigns and sends it to you, hopefully they also send a copy to the boss. Take that why they resigned to the boss and go, look, we need to improve here because that we just lost a good employee because we did X, Y, Z wrong or badly. We can, there's not a business in the world they cannot improve. Multi-billion-dollar industries can always improve. And sometimes by improving, you get it wrong. Look at Microsoft. Not a sponsor. Or, at that point you go, all right, we evaluated, this didn't work. Let's back up, regroup, and try again. And acknowledge you did something wrong. But human resources that I've dealt with, which has been practically non-existent, even they just used it as a title. They want to make themselves versus human resource. They want to make themselves a new boss. No, that's not human resource. Human resources does the interviews, reading the applications, talk that back, talk over with the whoever's the last to say on hiring, take boss's complaints and possibly reword them to talk to the employee, or the employee's complaints, reword them if necessary, and tell the boss or the person about that needs to know about this information, whether it's midterm supervisor, or the owner. Yes, you sit outside the day-to-day stuff, but you still have a toe in the pool, so to speak. Use a vernacular. You're out of the pool, but you still got a toe in, so you know the temperature of what's going on around you.
Well, this is all I really have ever understood about human resources. And again, I don't know, but from what all I've always heard is human resources is there to protect the company. Now, how true that is, I couldn't tell you.
That's the idea, is to protect the company and protect the bosses from lawsuits, most likely, because that's their biggest threat. But sometimes by protecting the employee, you protect the company. You have to evaluate. That's the reason anytime, even in TV comedy skits, the person doing human resource has a book generally that they can refer to, and op orders, and then written down what is the company's policy, the company's policies, things of that nature. If you happen to get an emergency leave for something, the employee should contact human resources. I need to leave because I need to get to XYZ state because my whatever went into the hospital, or I'm going into the hospital. Dean wasn't human resources, but he was filling that position some years ago. My wife was on a job site. I had a medical emergency, and the only person we could get a hold of was Dean. And he basically said, I'm en route, leave. You need to take it to my wife, take care of what you need to take care of, and contact me. See if there's anything I can do or what's going on, because human resources and managers should be in constant conversation with each other. It's not always the case, but they should be. Because we all know emergencies will come up. None of us are getting any younger. I think I'm the oldest one here right this second. And we go like bulls in china shops until all of a sudden the china shop beats you over the head. And you're now down. And it's a matter of whether you want to go to the knacker's yard or back out to the pasture. Oh, for those who don't know, knacker's yard is the butcher shop / slaughterhouse.
And our friend Chad Bro, X9B, hopped in the chat. Said it's been a crazy day. Thanks for stopping by, visiting. Make sure you like, subscribe, and all that jazz.
Hit the bell for notifications.
Yeah, ding. I forget what I always say. And then anyway, I sent you a friend requester in the Discord under duress. Somehow you got to find your notifications or pending or something. And I sure don't know on a phone app. But anyway, if it kicks you off again, we'll send you another link and email, which I guess I got it to you because trying to look at the remote thing that I do my email on that tiny little right screen is madness. And I will summarize and repeat and basically wrap this up. If you don't know, if you're not 100% sure that what you're doing is correct, see my sayings, when in doubt about a thing, don't. If you're not 100% sure about what you're about to do, don't do it. If you're asking yourself, is this a human resources professional issue? Yes. The answer is yes. Hire you one, contract one, or consult one. If your answer is, man, I'm just going to do what I got to do because I got to get through today, you have set yourself and your employees and everybody around you up for ultimate failure. And when you set people up, including yourself, for failure, don't cry about it when you fail. That's all the thoughts I have on business management / human resource practices. Let's roll the chat over here. HR is as neutral as possible. Yeah, it's clinical. That's just if the company isn't set up so that human resources manages human resources, make sure everybody's payroll is on time, make sure everybody's time clocks are punched correctly, and be seeking whatever benefits you can provide to the employees. Everybody else go take a class, Business 101 at your local community college. You can have them all online now for very low funding. Yep, it's the Louisiana heat.
What's the Louisiana heat?
I don't know. It's what Chad Bro said in the chat.
100 degrees outside with 130% humidity. It feels like 120.
But it's the dry heat, man.
Eeks. I said, sheesh. That's not true in Louisiana. I can promise you that. It is not a dry heat. I promise.
Out west
There's
where
more
I'm
moisture.
from, it's a dry heat, man. Now,
Yeah.
how do I get
But
off this
it's a
other
dry heat.
screen? And since Scott's doing a masterful job, he said, it's summer. Stay hydrated. Louisiana ain't no joke.
Amen.
Now, I go back here, and you are back on the Discord, Scott. You can, but if you're content where you're at, because now we're getting out of the clouds. Does anybody need a break or a pee break? And let's talk about the weather with Chad Bro. Or do you want to jump into, because now we're in the termination. Let me do it correctly, HR. Termination after HR complaint. That's specifically what happened within the last 6 days, right, Bill?
Yes.
It might be as few as 5. The timeline is very tight. This is all very fresh and new. And Bill, I do appreciate you being willing to discuss these sores while they're still oozing.
It's still pretty free flowing, yeah.
Yep. Well, nobody said anything about needing a break. So, are you ready, sir?
Yep. Let's do this.
Hold on. Let me copy here. And I don't think I have much to show on the screen at first. Just let me know when you're ready for me to switch back over to that letter, well redacted.
Yes. You don't have everything. I actually have everything, and I do have, of course, I have the unredacted. and I'm not gonna mention anything that is been redacted on the screen or prior knowledge of stuff. I can redact myself.
Right. We're going to say
That's to avoid
205
civil liability.
or any kind. In the real world, there's so many kinds, and I teach in my classes. There's civil and criminal liability, and then there's real world liability that's broken down into pieces.
Yeah.
But we're not going to talk about that right now.
Nope.
That's not what this is about. Go back and see the previous live streams. Which one? Everyone. I need to watch
All
ours.
of them.
Yep. All right, here we go. No more theoretics or whatever. This is real world. I'm about to mute and stand by and try to keep logs. It starts with, let me get the thing back on the screen, sir. Hang on.
You're good.
It won't scroll exactly where I want it to. Okay, termination after an HR complaint. We are at timeline.
Excuse me.
Excused. Let me lower that. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so for those of you who haven't put all the pieces together and haven't surmised the upper portion to what's going on now, I'll put it out there blank, well, point blank, and without any adding in of anything. All of this is factual. All of this is true. I am going to be leaving the names of the individuals out, and I am going to be leaving everything in a specific but general terminology. So we're starting with the timeline. So this timeline actually goes back almost 4 months. For 4 months up until this past Monday, I was living with all of this daily. It starts on March 14th of this year, 2026. That was a Saturday, if you didn't know. I received a phone call asking for myself and a couple of others that were with me to make a 2.5-hour drive from where I was at the time on my own personal time to a management person's location. And I agreed to it. They were having some issues. Not going to say whether they were professional or personal. I'm leaving all of this out. Myself and 2 others drove that 2.5, almost 3 hours as fast as the legal speed limit would allow us to do. And I'm going to get somebody to laugh at this point. When I say driving the legal speed limit, as we should do, that's what we did. And we did use our left and right turn indicators as needed to go see this person because they were having a issue or problem. So we did. When we got there, this person was severely intoxicated and wanted to just go hang out to get away from whatever issue they were having. This is highly irregular, but trying to be a good person, that's what we did. Trying to be just good, honest people, that's what we did. During the course of this evening, driving in my personal vehicle, and for those of you who actually know me, you know what my personal vehicle is. We were in a metropolitan area on a highway slash freeway, whatever you want to call it, where this fourth individual who was having the crisis decided to begin speaking very negatively about somebody else in particular, and at that point decided to use a racial slur. That made the three of us that drove the 2.5, 3 hours very uncomfortable, and at that point, we all felt like we were kind of under duress. Like, we don't really have much of a choice here. We have to let this go. Number one, we're not at work. Number two, this is very uncomfortable. But we went through that evening and got through for the most part. We went to a couple of establishments, and an email had been sent to the fourth person that was of broad general context, if I remember correctly, because I did not write this down. But from what I understand, that person was stating in an email to the person that we went to see that they were resigning. I understand the fourth person in this, which was the person we went to see and picked up, so on and so forth, was severely intoxicated. We actually attempted to make a legitimate argument to take them back to where we had picked them up from and us leave and go our separate ways. And the statement was made that if you do not take me, I will go ahead and get in a vehicle, not going to specify what vehicle it was, and drive out there themselves, which only intensified the duress and the feeling of being completely uncomfortable because the three people that originally came felt a responsibility of, if we let them do that, then we're contributing even more to a greater problem. So we went ahead and drove, or I did. The other two just rode along. And we went to two different work sites where this person instructed one of the three of us that was not driving. Well, yeah, one of the other two that was not driving. So I was excluded because I was driving, to go with him into one of these places, which that person did again under duress because they were fearful of things. And they had that conversation with the first person they saw and proceeded to walk to the second location, to which I got a phone call from person number three that started the whole journey with me saying, "Hey, this is our location. Can you pick us up?" Yeah, no problem. I got you. So I came back over to where they were and I picked them up, learned a few other things that had happened just in that short 5 minutes of walking. And we went to the second location. Well, myself and one other person that was just riding along got to stay in my personal vehicle where we had parked and stayed there. The poor person that got told to go with him the first time got told to go with him again the second. And they went, and it was at least an hour and a half that they were away, having the conversation with the person who had sent the email to begin with. That person that had to go with that person, and I know this makes no sense, felt very uncomfortable and removed themselves as best they could from the situation. Meaning they went outside and was like, I don't want any parts of this. And an hour and a half later, we were finally able to leave. Well, a few days later, I received a phone call from upper management. There had been a complaint about the person we had picked up being intoxicated at that place and doing whatever it was he did. I can't speak to it because I did not see it. I did not hear any of it. I was no part of it other than I drove and I stayed away as best I could other than driving. And I told that person in upper management the truth. Every bit of it, word for word. This is what I did. No, I did not see this. This was this. All I did was drive. That was it. Thinking that that was pretty much the end of it. Well, it may not have been the end of it because 11 days later, there was a luncheon. And I remember that very distinctly because I had gotten into a small fender bender accident in my vehicle. No real damage. Perimeter security knows what damage there was. He helped me fix it. Thank you, sir. And during that luncheon, an issue had arose just prior, and the other two individuals that were there on the initial date raised a concern. To which, from what I understand, because I had a vehicle accident, little fender bender, was in my own little world, wasn't paying too much attention. They were told that is none of your concern. You don't need to worry about it. And it was very much their concern because they were, and one of them still is, a supervisor at this establishment. One of the two people got very upset, and to their credit, they were trying to do the right thing. And they stood up and they did not handle the situation correctly. And they ended up getting demoted and reprimanded for it. And they took it wholeheartedly. Their heart was in the right place, but they went about it the wrong way. They realized it, they took it.
Are we still on March, sir? In March?
Yes. Yes, we're still in March. We're at March 25th right now. They took
Okay.
that and went on about their business. So the very next day, on a completely unrelated matter, I saw this person and it was still off of work hours. And they stated, I'm still very upset about yesterday. And they're still very angry and they're still very mad. Again, I didn't write this down and maybe I should have. I was wrong. If I did, then I was wrong in not writing it down. But my reply was, I am too. And something else was said. And again, I'm not on the company time. I'm on my own personal time, but I'm on my way to work. And I snapped back at them and I told them that they would never speak to me in the way that they had just spoken to me again. And that I'm owning my own thing. I may have said something, which I know I did, that had nothing to do with the actual situation. It was just pure emotion and anger out of my part. So, with that, nothing else was said, nothing else was done at that point. So we move almost a month ahead. And during that time, I ended up with a really bad cough and things like that. And I went to the doctor. It turned out it was bronchitis. And I had a few other medical appointments But I sent an email, and I sent this email to the owner of the establishment on Thursday, April 23rd, 2026 at 6:01 p.m. And I'm going to read this email word for word verbatim. I'm only redacting out any names or anything that would be able to pinpoint what this establishment is. The email reads as such: I insert person's name. I hope you are doing well. I want to reach out and discuss a few ongoing concerns regarding my current role, as well as potential solutions that could improve both my effectiveness and long-term engagement within the organization. At this point, my current position feels like a, and I used quotations, dead-end job or position, in quotations, in the sense that there appears to be limited opportunity for professional growth or upward mobility. While my responsibilities are clearly defined, I do not have any authority to enforce the standards at any level, which creates a disconnect between responsibility and accountability in practice. Additionally, there have been observed double standards for certain individuals, and again in quotations, plural, end quotations, who do not have to follow the same expectations as others, such as clocking in and not being at the office or an assigned site. When standards are not applied consistently, it creates a demoralizing environment and impacts overall morale, fairness, and accountability. With that in mind, I would like to formally request a consideration for change of my current title within the organization to one that more closely reflects all the responsibilities that I currently have. I believe this would better align with my role, with my actual day-to-day duties, and provide clearer structure moving forward. Finally, I spoke with, and the name, I'm leaving the title and the name out, and informed gender neutral pronoun them that I am burnt out and need a small break to regain myself and refocus my efforts and energy into my role. I was granted one Friday off next to my normal Saturday, Sunday off, so that it would appear as 3 days off rather than just one, which felt like an effort to limit the time off to a bare minimum rather than address the burnout itself in a meaningful way. This response overall still felt minimal, as if I can do that for you, but without further discussion or structured support options. I would appreciate the opportunity to revisit this in more constructive way to ensure there is a workable solution. I am bringing these points forward not as criticism, but as where I believe clarity and adjustment could improve both performance and morale. Any assistance or guidance you can provide on the following would be greatly appreciated. And then it goes into bullet point of clarifying authority in relation to assigned responsibilities. Bullet point: addressing observed inconsistencies and, in quotations, double standards for certain individuals, end quotation. Reviewing and adjusting my job title to better reflect my duties. And fourth point, discussing burnout recovery and establishing a more sustainable approach to time off and workload. Thank you for your time and consideration. I remain committed to my role and want to ensure I am contributing in the most effective and sustainable way possible. Best regards. And then I put my name. Now, I never received any kind of response other than on April 30th of 2026 at 9:21 a.m., where I received a text from the person I sent this to, which stated, "Hey, I got your email. I am going to reply back to you a day. No reply ever came back. Not in writing, not over voice, none. 0. Now, that was the first email I sent, and we're still on the timeline end of this. I sent a second email to the same person, and I attached screenshots of the text that I received from the person I was having the issue with. And that email, again, was sent on May 1st. That email, which I will also read in full while leaving out any names or anything of that nature. Here we go. As you know from our conversation yesterday via text, I went to the doctor regarding the persistent cough I have been dealing with. I initially tried to tough it out in hopes that the over-the-counter medication would resolve the issue. Earlier this week, this person who I was making the complaint about mentioned that if I needed to go home or seek medical attention, that would be acceptable. And at the time, I declined as I was trying my best to push through. After coming into the office yesterday and spending approximately 2 to 2.5 hours there, which can be verified by, and then I put who was there, both of whom I spoke with, I made the decision to go to the doctor. At 6:17, as reflected in the attached screenshot, I texted this person to confirm that I was good to not come into the office on the coming up Monday, as I was planning to go complete my requalification. He responded yes, and also referenced my family taking off over the weekend, which I understood may not have been directly related to my request, but have contributed to some confusion on my end. In the follow-up messages, there seems to be an assumption that I would be at work today. While I understand that nothing was directly stated requiring me to be present, the wording left me uncertain on how to proceed. I recognize this may have simply been a misunderstanding, but it created some hesitation for me, particularly given the doctor's note attached to this email that advised otherwise. There was also mention of a situation involving another person that I did not have prior knowledge of, which I noted in my response at the time. My intent in sharing this is not to place fault, but to ensure I am aligned with expectations and communicating appropriately, especially when balancing health-related matters and work responsibilities. I also wanted to provide clarity on the timeline and context in case it was helpful. I appreciate your time and any guidance you can provide so I can handle situations like this as clearly and effectively as possible moving forward. Thank you. And I put my name. Okay. Those are 2 emails I sent. I also sent another email, which I did not print out, but I sent it to Human Resources because I was docked in my pay on 2 separate pay periods, 8 hours, even though I was salaried employee. These deductions, number 1, I was able to provide a doctor's note for 1. The other was approved, and I was instructed, not written, but verbally, that I should be paid for that because it was work-related, doing a requalification. Now, understand, that was May. I'm still in May. This is where The next piece comes in, and this is another incident, and this goes into paperwork that I possess, where I submitted on June 25th my formal written complaint and request for a formal investigation to be done. I'm saying that as there is documentation of this for this particular date, which was May the 20th. One incident that contributed significantly to my concerns occurred on May 20th, 2026 at approximately 8:15 a.m. during a conversation regarding my medical appointments. The person that I formed this HR complaint about in writing was named there, where they stated, and this was a direct quote from them, "You're going to start losing money with all these doctor's appointments." Now, after May 20th, everything kind of, I don't want to say calmed down because it really didn't calm down, but there was no actual actionable, hey, this is wrong documentation. So we moved to June 1st. This was the second incident. And this is all in the formal HR complaint that was done on June 25th. On June 1st of 2026, another notable interaction occurred on June 1st at approximately 3:45 p.m. during the place that we were located at, during a discussion regarding contingency planning in the event I require future knee surgery. I expressed my desire to continue contributing to the organization and proactively discuss options that would allow me to remain productive should a temporary medical limitation arise. Excuse me. During the conversation, the person that I made this HR complaint about in writing became defensive and stated that I would not be able to perform my job duties and that I could not work from home, despite the fact that working remote had never been suggested by me. Rather than engaging in a constructive discussion regarding contingency planning or exploring potential ways I could continue to contribute supporting the organization during my recovery, conversation became adversarial and failed to address the concerns I was attempting to raise. Now, let's move down to June 24th. On June 24th, I met with this person who I formed the complaint about to inform him that I had been offered a position with another company. During the meeting, this person repeatedly implied that my dissatisfaction with the organization was somehow my own fault and stated that he did not understand the reasons for my concerns. Throughout the discussions, his comments were dismissive and failed to acknowledge the issues that I previously raised regarding workplace concerns. Continuing on. Additionally, this person referenced another employee who they're going to be redacted and stated that the reason that they were not receiving their previous rank back was due to their medical issues. I found the statement inappropriate and concerning. The overall tone, attitude, and demeanor displayed during the meeting were dismissive, unprofessional, and inconsistent with the level of professionalism expected from a member of management. Moving on to June 25th, the very next day. This person entered my office area and threw a set of stapled documents onto my desk. He stated that he wanted a certain task done. I'm redacting stuff here. Upon reviewing the paperwork, I observed that the documentation had not been fully completed and not been signed off by the accounting department. Nonetheless, I proceeded to comply with the directive and scheduled a date and time for this to be addressed, the issue that he laid on my desk. To ensure proper documentation and authorization, I sent an email to this person and CC'd, which is carbon copied the email, to yet another person confirming that the scheduled thing and that I had done that, and requesting confirmation that this person had approved both the issue and the date and time were acceptable. After sending the email, I encountered this person in the hallway and informed that person that the email had been sent and respectfully requested that he reply to the email so that I would have documentation supporting the action taken. His response, and I'm going to have to reword some of this only for the lack of swear words being used. This person became visibly angry and verbally aggressive, where he stated, "I told you to effing do it. That is your effing confirmation." I found this response to be entirely unprofessional, inappropriate, and unacceptable in a workplace environment. Given the concerns arising from this meeting the previous day, this interaction further reinforced my concerns regarding his conduct and treatment toward me. Now, this is all June 25th, so I have painted a picture all the way from March up to June, 4 days before I was terminated. In this formal complaint, I also wrote, while the incidents described above is concerning on its own, collectively they demonstrate what I believe to be a consistent pattern of dismissive, confrontational, and unprofessional conduct. Several of these interactions involve discussions relating to medical issues, medical appointments, or future medical treatment, rather than engaging in constructive dialogue. The responses I received were often defensive, dismissive, and hostile in nature. These actions have significantly contributed to my growing concerns regarding workplace environment and were substantial factor in my decision to seek employment opportunities elsewhere. Request for investigation. I respectfully request that Human Resources conduct a formal investigation into these incidences and further broader pattern of behavior that has occurred over the past several months. These incidents are not isolated events. Rather, they are consistent with a pattern of conduct that has negatively impacted workplace morale, undermined professional communication, and contributed to what I perceive to be a hostile work environment. I am prepared to provide additional documentation, emails, witness information, screenshots, and records of other incidents demonstrating similar behavior should Human Resources require further information during its investigation. I respectfully request that this matter be reviewed thoroughly and the appropriate action be taken to ensure professional, respectful, productive work environment for all employees. Respectfully, and then I put my name. That was June 25th. Now, during that time that things went about, there was a meeting on June 9th where this person was involved along with every other supervisor in that company, excluding one who did not show. However, the sales team person was there, to where basically it was a meeting and nothing was resolved. Nothing was said other than, "Hey, I don't mean my passive aggressive comments. And I've got notes on it and I'm not going to go into it." But that was the general gist of this meeting. And there are people who were there who can speak to this and will speak honestly about it. Now, that gets me to where we were talking about in the outline. On June 29th, I was terminated from this organization after I had, on June 25th, requested a formal human resources investigation to be completed on this individual. Now, give me just a minute to compose my thought. This is very upsetting. At this time, if Dean, if you want, you can go ahead and put up that redacted file that you have.
Hang on. Oh, come on. Hold on. Technology failing me. All right.
Fine,
Scribble
'cause
over there.
I need a drink of my
Yeah, take a
soft drink
minute.
Coca-Cola.
Take a minute. I'll explain to the tubes what's about to happen.
Well, hold on, because I'm drinking Coca-Cola. Not a sponsor, but you could be.
Yep, certainly. All big corporations, we heart you. Unless everybody else hates you, then we hate you.
All right, go ahead, Dean.
Just for clarity for people who get into this now, then, later. The important part is that, and I already made a note at the 240 timestamp. He walked in on June the 29th and gets handed this garbage dated at the top left of your screen right now, June 24th. If they had it on, we'll talk about it later. I have many thoughts. I have read this thing and ripped it apart. This goes into my part 2 later. But for now, that's all I can think. Please take careful note that the dates listed on this thing. You ready, sir?
Yeah.
I will mute again.
Now, as you can see on the screen, it's dated June 24th, 2026. Dear redacted, please be advised that your employment with redacted security is terminated effective June 29th, 2026. This decision has been made following repeated instances of insubordination, unprofessionalism, and disruptive behavior that violate standards of conduct outlined in Section 5.7 of the Employee Handbook. Specifically, you have consistently failed to follow the established chain of command and have not upheld the work ethics required by this organization. Your conduct has created a hostile work environment, as evidenced by numerous complaints regarding your behavior during onboarding processes and field duties. Most recently, on June 26th, at approximately 10:14 a.m., you interrupted a private meeting by entering a closed office and raising your voice at a lieutenant. Furthermore, your habitual behavior of storming out of the office and slamming equipment remains unacceptable. Let's take a stop right there. We're going to take a quick stop right there because I want to address this, especially for June 26th. I was in the role and position that I was given for almost 9 months. One of those roles was to maintain inventory of the equipment and uniforms for this organization. I repeatedly asked this, as it states in here, lieutenant, to please do not go into that room, because he had a repeated pattern of behavior of going in there, taking items out, not informing anyone that he did, or completing any of the paperwork that would need to be required so that accountability could be kept. Let me clarify that again. 9 months. Not only did I speak with him directly and beg him, for all intent and practical purposes, not to do this, but I also went to management and requested that he not be allowed in there because of his patterns of behavior and doing what he did. To which I was told, not in writing, but verbally, by multiple members of management, that they would speak with him on this. Not only did they say that, there were also multiple conversations of changing a electronic security code so that he would not have access to that, to which we could never figure out how, because I don't know those systems and I don't know how to do that. But for 9 months, this consistently happened. So when it states that I walked into his office without knocking, yes, I did. I own that. I did that. However, I did not raise my voice, and I did not do what is going to be described later in these documents, be unprofessional in any way, other than I walked into his office without knocking. That is the only thing that I could have possibly done wrong. Let me make that perfectly clear. So, moving on now. Despite these issues being previously brought to your attention, there has been no improvement in your conduct. Let me clarify this with another clarifying statement. Nothing was ever presented to me in writing until June 29th. Nothing was ever stated to me verbally. Nothing, absolutely nothing was mentioned to me at all. Had it been, then I would have addressed it at that point in time, and there would be documentation of that. Continuing on. Please return all company property, including your office keys, maintenance card, and any issued equipment to redacted security no later than 5 business days. Information regarding your final paycheck and benefits will be sent to you separately, and it is signed by the operations manager, and that was redacted. Now, let's break this down because we're still going over the timeline of everything. This is what was presented to me on the 29th. After months of me asking, almost begging and pleading for something, anything to be addressed with the person whose title sits under, or the person whose name sits under this title of operations manager, due to his behavior and due to his actions. And yes, my voice is a little stern. I am a little emotional about this because, again, it is a very, very fresh, open, free-flowing wound, because I have, and let me rephrase that. I had and still have a lot of respect for the owner of this organization that I was at. I still have and had a lot of respect for a lot of the people that are inside this organization. And for some of these members of upper management to let this go the way it did hurts my heart. It is disheartening. It is embarrassing. It is a lot of things, and it's a lot of emotions that I'm still processing and working through. So, yes, you're gonna hear a lot of anger. And I apologize to anybody who may feel that I'm being overly sensitive, but this is part of who I am. And if you would like, you can go to the next page where there was the attachment that was redacted. And again, Dean, I'll let you speak on this one about the date because it's very telling and interesting.
And again, it's just this was all handed over on June the 29th. And again, I put it at the top left. This attachment that starts this whole this is what operations manager says blah blah is attached, hand delivered, or handed on the 29th, but it's dated 24th. So this was written by the lieutenant of operations, allegedly, supposedly on the 24th.
It reads attachments. I can certainly attest to the frequent mood swings and displays of unprofessional behavior that have created a hostile work environment. Stop right there first. I cannot say for certainty that this person is or is not, but to my knowledge, this person is not any kind of medical or mental health professional, therefore is completely unqualified to diagnose any type of medical or mental health issue. Moving on. I have received no less than 3 demeanor complaints from officers completing, he couldn't even spell his words right, the hiring and onboarding processes within the last 30 days who indicated that corporal, name redacted, was rude, unprofessional, and passive aggressive. Stop again. This person, to my knowledge, does not have any type of degree that would be able to qualify them to speak as this as actual behavior. Moving on. As the certified unarmed PPSB instructor responsible for onboarding and issuing uniforms, he is the first face of the company and largely sets expectations for all new hires. His lack of professionalism does not project the image we want to set. Before we move into the next paragraph, during this live stream itself, we have established that yes, I am a state certified unarmed trainer, not instructor, trainer. There is a difference. That is completely let me rephrase that. That is completely different role than being responsible for the onboarding and issuing of uniforms. They are two totally separate tasks. Therefore, one does not have to do with the other. However, this person, the lieutenant of operations, felt that it was necessary to include all of that in to frame and paint a negative picture. Moving on. In addition to demeanor issues, I received repeated calls and text messages from officers who cannot assume a post because they lack proper uniforms, have not been issued uniforms due to inventory shortages, or full-time officers issued only one uniform or need replacement uniform equipment. Pause, stop right there. Yes, I was responsible for the inventory. Yes, I did only issue one uniform. This was due to up until approximately 3 weeks ago, I did not have access to order uniforms. I had to request that. I could not be held accountable up until 3 weeks ago for what was ordered, what came in, and when. I had to go to yet another person, and I did the best I could with what I had. So they put this off on me as it was my fault and my responsibility. I take responsibility for what I do, every bit of it. When I do wrong, I admit it. But when things are outside of my control, I do the best I can with what I have. So, moving on. Finally, several vehicle maintenance issues have been reported, particularly at, and let me make sure, yep, that was redacted, where Corporal redacted recently issued a disciplinary action form against an officer who demonstrated initiative while resolving an issue with a vehicle flat tire. This matter should have been addressed with a simple verbal counseling, particularly since this particular officer has no history of disciplinary issues. Okay, so let's talk about this just a minute because I really want to discuss this. The reason that I even wrote a disciplinary documentation form up wasn't for the fact that he took the initiative to get the tire fixed. It was for the exact same reason that I was terminated. Because the answer was given by the operations manager and myself that I would get out there on that particular date and get that issue resolved and fixed. This officer then, in turn, from what I am understanding, did not like that answer. So he went to the lieutenant of operations, skipping whatever they have listed as a chain of command, which I can honestly say they do not. Nowhere in their employee handbook do they have a listed written operational chain of command. This lieutenant told him to speak to his supervisor, to which the officer went to a different person, not me, who was working a site as a supervisor and asked if they could get this done, to which the supervisor allowed it because he did not see that it was already said no, it would be taken care of by me later on that day. He had not seen that yet because he was busy working a site. So the person went and did it anyway. They went around everybody because they didn't like the answer that they were given. That was my takeaway. And that was the reason I was actually giving documentation on this particular person. Moving on. The totality of the circumstances coupled with the duration, these issues have persisted, fully support the decision to terminate. Thanks. And then a lot of redacted except for Lieutenant of Operations. Now, before we move to these other pages, let me plainly state I have worked for this organization by their count 4 separate times. I count 3. I have quit there twice and came back. The third, they at some point in time terminated me without any notification. I was working 2 jobs at that time, one full time and then part time when I could actually come and fill things in, which unfortunately I was never able to. And I was terminated without ever being told. So that's how their count goes versus my count. During my tenure from April of 2025 to June 29th, when I was terminated, I never received any type of disciplinary documentation, not an email, not a verbal reprimand, not even an official documentation of doing something wrong. Let me state that clearly. I never got anything. I was always verbally told, "Hey, you do a great job, man. You're doing a great job. Just keep doing what you're doing. You are doing great." I never received any type of anything to see where I stood with this organization. I never received anything of what I could do better. Nothing. The only thing I was ever informed of, and it was verbally, was you're doing a great job. Keep doing what you're doing. So this documentation that comes up in the next page and on down was the very first and only documentation that I had. My previous times that I worked there, I never received any write-up documentation to my knowledge because I've yet to be able to see my own personal employee file. And now that I'm terminated, I won't see it, and that's fine. But to my knowledge, that's what that is. If you want to move to the next one, sir, I would greatly appreciate it.
I'll just pause at the top. It says employee documentation form. The date on it, very light gray on a white background, is June the 26th, 2026, 10:37 a.m. Which, didn't you work all day that Friday?
Yes.
Okay. Just another one of my, let's note the dates. And I've seen in the last couple of years this template out of Microsoft or whoever makes it. Who makes Connect Team? It might be just Connect Team all by itself.
Meta.
Well, whatever makes Connect Team. This is their standard template, blah blah form. And nobody replaces the clip art with this little silly exclamation point and paperclip stuff. But okay.
In this form, a lot of that's redacted and a lot of it's not. Well, a minor bit of it's redacted, but it's data documentation. Notice the date that it says 6/26/26 and the time of 10:15 a.m. as employee name, supervisor name, and then the reason: not meeting company expectations, violation of other company policy, other, if other, specify. It says insubordination. Moving to the next page. This is all pretty standard fare for that form. Now, I want to make sure. Yes. Okay. It was redacted fully. Good. Thank you, sir. It reads, please indicate the details leading to employee documentation. What happened? What behaviors and or actions did you observe from the employee? Notice again, now it's in black where you can actually really read this. It reads, on June 26th at approximately 10:14 a.m. while working in my office on the phone with my door closed, Corporal, name redacted, barged into my office without knocking. The redacted part, I'll go ahead and say the redacted part on this one was my name, my official government last name. Barged into the office without knocking to confront me about issuing a pool shirt to an employee without is prior knowledge. There are often times when officers are in need of uniforms in order to cover sites because they were either not issued the required uniform, enough uniforms, or they are in need of replacement uniform apparel. Let me stop right there first. I just said it not even 30 minutes ago. If I do something, I will own up to it. Did I barge into his office without knocking? I walked into his office without knocking. So if that's what barging is, then yes, I did it. I own up to my own. And I'm saying this on a live stream into the internet where anybody 10, 15, 20 years from now could probably come and see this if they so chose. So it's there. It's documented. Did I do that? Yes. I did walk into that man's office without knocking. I freely and openly admit it. Did I confront him about issuing that particular uniform piece? Yes. However, the way I confronted him was direct, with respect, asking, as we call in the unarmed certification, communications block, and asking questions, interrogating, which it's not interrogating, it's interviewing. Please, PPSB board, get that changed and make it correct. I was asking open-ended questions. One of the questions I asked was, did you go into the equipment room and take this shirt? Yes. Why did you do that? This officer needed a uniform shirt. Okay. Why did you not let me know so that I could make sure that we had proper documentation for inventory purposes? Well, it was on a Saturday and you didn't need to be bothered because you wouldn't drive the hour and a half up here to issue them a uniform. Fair enough response. To my continued question then was, since it led down that way, why did you not send me a text or a phone call to let me know that you had done that so that I could make sure that I took care of the right way when I came back in the office on Monday? To which I was given a confounded and confused look as to, you mean I could do that? To which time I told him that I had repeatedly asked him not to go in there because of the issues just like this, and to please do not ever do that again. In which case he just looked at me and said, you busted up into my office like you're the 4-4. For those out here in the internet world, please tell me what 4-4 is in the comments because I would really like to know, because I don't know. And then proceeded to tell me that, whatever he could tell me to get me out of his office at the time. And I said, okay, and I left. So continuing on. When sites need to be covered, we do not always have the luxury of time to get officers uniformed and on site. While I fully understand the policy and procedure about issuing uniforms and equipment, the manner in which he conducted himself was disrespectful and unprofessional. The only thing that could ever be construed as disrespectful or unprofessional in any of that whole interaction was the fact that I walked into his door without knocking. Let me make that crystal clear one more time. I did that. I walked in to his office without knocking. The next piece goes on to Corporal, name redacted. Not only was fairly loud and disrespectful, but he also conducted himself in this manner in the immediate presence of Corporal, another person, not me, another person, whose name is redacted, which further undermines my authority. This level of unprofessionalism will not be tolerated. Yes, There was another person there. Yes, that person's name is on this documentation form. I asked them to be there to witness what transpired, just in case something like that came up. And this still occurred. Now, if any, what policy/law does this documentation show the employee violated? If none, put NA. He put in there standards of conduct in subordination. Now, here's the funny part. What counseling, guidance, or correction, if any, did you give the employee? What did you say to them after you witnessed the action, behavior, or incident? He put in there, Corporal, name redacted, was advised that though his point was noted, his behavior was unacceptable, specifically barging into my office and attempting to scold me. Number one, I never attempted to scold him. Ever. I was blunt, direct, and to the point. However, I was never disrespectful in my tone. I was never disrespectful in the word choices I used, and I did not use any at all profanity or abusive type language while addressing him. I kept it very professional. Yeah, it says recommendation for HR action. First warning. You know why it would be first warning? Because there was nothing else there. I had never gotten any type of performance improvement plan. I had never been written up. Nothing other than a verbal, hey, you're doing a good job. Keep doing what you're doing. No other anything from there. Just to be clear. And I do believe that, oh no, there is a page 3. Page 3 is, please read this for the understanding and action before submitting, and then it's all of what you can read on the screen. I'm not going to go into it. And then the employee initials, where I guess I was supposed to initial. Instead, this person put their initials there. So there you go. So this was these last 5 documents that's been up on the screen on YouTube is what I received on June 29th, 2026, after coming from a appointment with an orthopedic surgeon for a knee issue. So going back to our outline, we talked on timeline, and we have talked about documentation. This is where I feel it's retaliatory. And this is just me and my personal opinion. If you go back and you look at that timeline and you look at all of the documentation that I freely have and I can send, as long as I do it the right way. This, in my opinion, appears to be 100% retaliatory. That's my perspective. I don't know what anybody else thinks. But for me, it's very upsetting. And it's very, the more that I've thought about it, the more it's difficult for me to discuss. Again, it goes back to, this is very fresh, still very open and free-flowing wound. And now that I have presented everything out to the world, not just to friends, not just to people I have just met, not to any particular individual, but to the entire world. And as Dean said earlier, 8.9 billion people now have access to what I've said.
0.3.
Oh, excuse me, 8.3. I heard wrong. I apologize. I'm going to shut up for a few minutes. because now I think it's fair for others to weigh in their thoughts, their opinions, and their whatever you want to call it. I'm kind of all over the place right now. So I'm going to yield the floor to Dean, George, Scott, and whomever else is in the comments on the YouTube to give me their perspectives so that we can move on. Because eventually that's what I'm going to end up doing is moving on. And this is going to help me move on. Dean, start with you and the floor is yours, sir.
Well, anybody else still here? Scott and George, if you get decided you want to jump in, just say hey or something. But what I'm gonna do is it's easy for me. I got my first, hold on. No, I just got interrupted by I don't know what all this means. Sorry, I got interrupted by the Discord. I did figure out some months ago how to turn off the loud, noisy stuff in Discord. The notifications, it just blinks. As we said earlier, leadership or whatever, I never wanted any of that. I found myself not even adult age yet being put in that role. Before I was even 18, I was the foreman of a large racehorse barn, responsible for 100 plus horses and 90 something people. There were two other foremen peoples. The three of us had to juggle all the chainsaws together, and I suddenly got learning. But I was in business schools anyway. I'd had business classes when I went to a special kind of school. It was high school and college at the same time. So tearing all this stuff apart, it's easy, and it doesn't relate to me or any company that I would ever work with till they get their act spelled SH and then a vowel and then a T together. But when anything that starts, and that's again, I would defer to Scott, but it's all over my websites, web pages, my previous videos, and where I got it from. You cannot build without a foundation. And my derivative work saying about it is anything that starts this bad cannot, not will not may not, cannot. If it starts this bad, it cannot end well. And if I had to look at this from a human resources or management or supervision or anything else point of view, let's get the red and make it just a slight thicker. And we're going to start with, as I mentioned earlier, hold on, let me get my documentation up to date. The dynamics of stuff. And I clicked a window. Now I can't see any of my other windows. And Bill Hughes said in the chat, thank you for hearing me out under duress. It's great people, Bill. You'll be well met soon. As we all are. See the Destiny story. All right, 0319. 1900. Dean going to vivisect. That means cut it to pieces while it's still living. the 5-page letter. And poke all these holes in it. And we've already spoken on the phone about this stuff in
Dean, I'm
build
not
up.
good. I don't want to interrupt you real quick. I'm going to go off mic for a minute. I need to step out of the room that I'm in just for a minute. But I will be right back, and I'm still listening.
Yeah, you and I talked on the phone about what I'm about to do, marking this thing up with red and pointing out how this is a nightmare, the letters. All right, let me get back at the chat. Insignificant, undocumented from the employer to move forward with solid termination, reasoning, and cannot use how many times a person has been with that company. Right. And I'm not doing this because Bill's my friend. I'm doing this because we didn't have time. Life gets in the way. We were going to bring up, going all the way back about 7 years now, how many times I've written to the owner boss, as plural, of this exact organization and all their management and all their alleged supervision. Not the current, because there's been 9 of these operations goons in 4 or 5 years. They come and go. But this also goes to everything you do. I don't care what you're in. Even if you're going to write a Dear John letter to your lover, a Dear Zems, they, thems, whatever it is. And everybody that's ever had my classes can attest to this as well. It's another part of the class. Before you submit something in writing to the final destination, let somebody proofread it for you. Anybody. And every one of those people at the top level of this organization he just left has been offered infinity times to take my class. And the boss by name and everything else, pride and ego all associated, half-ass sat through both of my classes when he first got his first ever registration. But he was so busy screwing around on his phone, leaving the room and everything else. I ended up telling him, if you ain't going to get your certificate, dude, I don't care who you're friends with. Or share a broom closet with at the time. True story. When they gave up their office, the place that leases the space turned it into the broom closet. So I don't mind. Holla, baby. So I'm just going to rip it apart. It doesn't matter. I'm pretending I found this on the internet, like anybody else who comes across this someday. Hey man, hit me up. I'll get you a VOD. I'll get you on a copy of the video. My computer records the live streams. And you mark it up and make it better and point out everything that me and Bill and everybody else missed. And should these bosses hang their heads in shame? And whatever, excuse me, what I say, no IQ? Hello? Are you awake at all? Are you heart beating underneath that empty skull of yours? Sign their names to this trash? Get your mothers to read your stuff. And that comes from a famous super duper, he's long past now. His name was Ray Stewart. He ran the Stewart Horse Farm. And everybody said what he was great at ripping them off. You know, the old horse trader saying. And they usually ended with Ray Stewart and his sons telling people at the end of the barn, if you need your mother to come with you when you conduct your business, then you should have brought her. And then all my other things about if you're not 100% sure about what you're about to do and don't want it put on the court of public opinion, which we all have access to now, hence, this is live streaming on the YouTube. Don't do it. If you're in doubt about a thing, don't. If you never have a doubt about a thing, and your whole attitude is, who cares? Write some crap on a paper and hand it to somebody. Get off my rock. Go get Elon Musk to fly you to the Mars. So here's where it starts. June 24th, I already pointed out the date, is the date. They backdated it. They probably worked on this all weekend over the weekend. 4 days after Bill turned in his formal complaint. And so here's the other date, June 29th. Well, if you dated it June the 24th, I say, as a proofreader, then why didn't he see it on the 24th? Why did he get it on the 29th, not on the 24th, with 5 days notice? And what is this trailing apostrophe about, or single quote? And Oxfordonian, what are these commas about? And I'm no good at reading and writing and arithmetics. But damn it, Grammarly, not a sponsor, is free. Whatever you've got that you generated this doo-doo in has grammar checks built in. I've been dealing with Microsoft Office since forever. Guess what it does? It puts green squiggles. Since, I don't know, 25 years ago, under grammar, it thinks the grammar's bad. Or have the girls in the office check it. Please be advised. Oh, I remember what I talked to Bill on the phone about. And here's another thing, business professional people. This is not a Dear John letter. This is you're cutting off somebody's way that they feed their family with. There's nothing dear about it. Go take yourself a class somewhere. Business letter writing. I don't even know that you'd call it 101, 001 back in the old high school days. I learned that garbage in junior high school in typing class. How to type business letters. Dear whatever. I used to love you, but now I hate you. You're fired. The next little, it's goofy, so let's squiggle under it. You heard me say earlier, we're not allowed to say, triggered. YouTube hasn't started hard bracketing it with underlines, but we're really not supposed to. I've laughed about it since forever, since the triggered set, which primarily starts about the idea of G words. You know, handheld, exploding, I forget what Scott calls them, wireless peacekeepers or something. Fired arms. G words, those. Oh, did you know that trigger is a G word part? We shouldn't say that anymore. Officially from the United States government as of January 2024. You're supposed to say activated. Well, terminated is another one of those modern age words that we're not supposed to use anymore. You're supposed to say separated or something else. See, I spent all this time already, and we're only one bad sentence in. Bill kind of pointed out in his reading This decision has been made following repeated instances of insubordination, unprofessionalism, and disruptive behavior that violate. And I'm going to stop right there. What instances? Listen, fool, silly. When I say silly, I mean dumb piece of puke. Somebody give a link to that guy's wife and children and say, listen to what this guy said about your man. Send it to his mother. I doubt he has wives and children. Anyone with this bad of attitude's got to be a lonely boy. Just saying. Go ask the new co-boss. How old did his wife let them get before she divorced the H out of him? She put up with a lot of his crap for a lot of years. If there was any instances, then how come you never? And that dude's only been there a few months. This is number 9 of the, I forget what the title is. Operations manager. There's been so many operations. We have all these names like the old man on the hill and the young man on the hill and cousin nephew something or other was another previous operations. They've had so many operations, it's ridiculous. So here we go. What instances? We'll get to it. And then there's this, which is going all the way back to 2024. When I sent, because of his behavior as both the boss of that company, dealings with a former employer, and a member of a certain state board. Are you crying out for help? And I sent it in writing because you are acting the fool, let's say. I maybe won't bring that out one day and show it for the whole world. But all the way back to 2024, when they finally let me see it, I sent them a 9-page recommended corrections to their piece of garbage. I'm not even going to say toilet paper because paper's too hard and it's electronic. This piece of garbage employee handbook. I don't know if there is a standards of conduct section, and if there is, it was copy pasted or ripped off from somebody in the 1920s or straight from the board's stupid book, because their employee handbook still quotes the pre-2014 administrative code. If you go by the employee handbook, you're not able to find the security code in North Carolina. And there's these magical charts. Man, the whole thing is a train wreck. And I sent them 9 pages of corrections back in 2014. Didn't even charge them. Did they incorporate anything to not make themselves look beef stew? Pid? Nope. They shouldn't bother. They don't mind looking stupid. Doesn't affect my paycheck. I've heard it all from all of them. If there ever was any kind of behavior or instances that were direct violations of your silly book, shouldn't you have documented that at some point and had somebody? Or did you, current number 9 in less than 5 years operations dork, take the boss's word for it that, oh man, somebody has to have written him up for that before or discussed it with him? Yeah, I have an idea. The same failure that you set Bill up for, they're setting you up for, dude. They laugh at you. I can't wait till we get number 10. Wait till this dork cowboy quits us. So we got all that. Specifically, you have consistently failed to follow the established chain of command. This goes back, and I did look it up. I keep very detailed records. The same dork that owns this company, or whatever he does to this company, famously long ago labeled me the king of documentation. I have instant access to all my email going back to January 1, 2010, before any of them knew what a PPSB was. And what I have been complaining to all of the managers and employees and everybody else, including Bill himself, he'll freely admit, yeah, I don't know how many times Dean has said that to me over the years. Where is your written chain of command and company contact page sheet? Especially when it's going to involve these stop stealing the valor of our military, you scumbag private suck irrity companies. If you're going to have these bull crappery ranks like lieutenant, have yourself a document for your crappy company that says what the hell that even is. Listen to my many other live streams ranting about less than 1% of our entire American society does anything around the military. You idiot ex-military fools, stop using your less than 1%er terminology to the rest of us. If you want to use that stuff, go where it's documented, and that's in the military. Don't ever come off the reservation, Injun. There is no chain of command. I bet you 10 times in the last year, no matter what Bill and others have sent to me, I said, well, why are we way up there again? Send me that copy, forward me the damn written chain of command. When you say your lieutenant or whatever had something to say to you, I don't know what a lieutenant is. Which isn't explained in their employee handbook either. So if you're going to commit things to writing, see my other previous statement, if it isn't written down, it didn't happen. But if you did write down you're stupid, then it happened, and it's going to end up in the court of public opinion. What should be attached to this is the written and established chain of command, because there isn't one anywhere, nowhere. Anybody who shows up and says, hey, I'm the new boss, but I'm not the top boss. I'm the sub-assistant vice secretary man. See the Rolling Stone song. Everybody there, since the inception of this ridiculous company, is by practice, by daily abuse, accustomed to, well, someone showed up and said a thing, it must be. Because we don't write anything. And we don't have anything in writing to fall back on. You have consistently failed to follow the established chain of command and have not upheld the work ethics required by this organization. Oh, yes, he did. Let's not talk about ethics. You're not immoral. You are, all of you, individually and collectively, amoral. You don't know what ethics are. I'm amazed you didn't spontaneously combust, spitting that out your mouth or typing it out your fingers. Sacrilege. The willingness to do illegal and immoral things is a requirement to work with you buffoons. Your conduct has created a hostile work environment. Man, how did you come up with that the day after he sent it to you in a formal complaint? I wonder. As evidenced by, here we go again. We had repeated instances up here, and now we have numerous complaints. Then why were none of these complaints, Operations Guffoon, addressed to him? How can he fix it if he doesn't know it's broken? Any of your employees, who told you there was numerous complaints? Or did you just cook that up all by your lonesome self? Produce the documentation. And we'll get to it later. There's all kinds of other things that, believe you me, not in a legal sense, in a friendly sense. I've told Bill
Hey,
Hughes
Dean.
repeatedly. Yeah.
Let me interrupt you real quick. Where it says hostile, where you were talking about hostile work environment.
Mm-hmm.
So when I went and turned in my uniforms and equipment as prescribed in that letter that you're going over right now, answer me this question. If I was such a problem and I created such a hostile work environment for everyone, as this alludes to, I'm not going to say it says it outright because it doesn't, but it definitely alludes to it.
It says it
Why would the
outright.
person,
It says your conduct has created a hostile work environment. That's the
okay,
before the comma, that's the sentence.
okay, my point, why would a person who works in that office, who's been around me since they got hired, would they be very happy to see me, number one? Number two, want to share something with me that they found on some music app. I won't name their name. They could be a sponsor, possibly. But anyway, share that and be so friendly with me, like everything was great and wonderful, and do that, and then text me the link to it later if I created such a hostile work environment, so on and so forth. I don't understand that.
Yeah, and it is kind of an interlude because it's not addressed in here, and it happened after. But like I said, they had you take your stuff and drop it off with the girl in the office. A big Bill is a big dude. He is a part-time amateur pro wrestler. He worked for them wearing a G word. If he was hostile, he created hostile work. I don't think they know what those words mean. They just saw them in your letter and copy pasted them into their letter. That doesn't mean what you think it means, bruh. Why would you send him in there to drop off stuff or go face to face if he's the bad guy, which we're getting to the victim shaming and blaming? If he did it, your conduct, Bill, so this termination letter cured you, and they would expose a young, appears to be identified by everybody else as young female, to a big, large, hostile man. Yeah. Good leadership, sirs and ma'ams and zms. Go back and listen to the first several hours of this live stream. That's why I said mine might be part two, because once Main Dean turns on, this could get rantoriferous. Management, washed out police trying to establish their authority in private security, have never holding or earned respect a position. Yeah, man, If you want to be all militaristic like this and bark your crap around, get in the military and look at the bars of who you're barking at. But you still don't know. Well, you're over there playing lieutenant and pissing all over Sergeant so-and-so. You just remember, Sergeant so-and-so might be related to General so-and-so. Check yourself. But the difference is in the military that I always say, you know what? The government, half or more of the entire federal government, writes the how to hire. What do you do when they're hired? Do we really have to hire spoon feeding people to spoon feed other military people? Yes. How many do we need to spoon feed each one of these goofy military people? That's all covered. And it's got coming on 230, not 250 years of documentation for our military to maintain its qualified governmental immunity. If you're going to operate that way, you better have that many. I don't remember how many it is, 200 or 2,000 civilian employees working on administrative and HR and benefits, and that excludes the VA. Do you have 200, let alone 2,000 employees to take care of every one of your working employees? No. Go look up government employee manuals or military employee manuals. They have written documentation. Yeah. They have classes based on that written documentation as well. If you're going to be out here in the private world running private business and don't want to be called Second Peter dumbass by me, then stop braying. Because that's what the Bible meant. I use it in the modern vernacular. These numerous complaints regarding your behavior. See, here we go. Damn, Bill. I wouldn't have had to SA you, but you wear them teeny little skirts and them tight little shirts unbuttoned down to your buttons. See what happened there? You did it. You did it. You did it. Drunk on the job much, whoever wrote this? So just produce one in writing. And you never know. Bill might get lucky. Maybe we'll get lucky and one of us that knows one of us that knows one of us will point somebody in the direction of some kind of attorney that'll sue you and then they'll subpoena it. Could happen. It's the internet. Most recently on June 26th. So here we go with those dates again. June the 26th. And I had a good laugh. Bill had a good laugh. We have to laugh or you cry. So on June the 24th, this genius, operations manager, looked into his crystal ball and saw that on June the 26th at approximately 10:14 a.m., coincidentally, June the 24th, we scroll back to the thing, at 10:37 a.m., they document that it happened at 10:15 a.m. This is someone else writing it. At approximately 10:14 a.m. Back to here. Copy paste much, bro? Or did you tell the other guy? You got to write it and it's got to say this exact time on it. You interrupted a private meeting by entering a closed office and raising your voice at a lieutenant. Show me in writing where that position even exists in your company. And show me in writing whatever. And I noticed that this guy softened the terms. Wait for it. Put a star on that one. Entering a closed office. Raise your voice to the lieutenant. It got softened somehow. Furthermore, comma, this is just more of that victim shamey, blamey. You act so flirty. I really thought you wanted my hands in your pants. Your habitual behavior of storming out of the office. I have to pause there. Let's just skip this little section. Storming out of the office remains unacceptable. So let's vivisect this. Living documents get vivisected. We all know what you mean, but it's unprofessional. Remember, unprofessional. One of Bill's favorite words is be professional. That's a drama word. That's a little girl's word. People cannot storming. Did lightning and hail fly out of Bill? Do you really want to have to sit on a stand somewhere or on the court of public opinion and have people giggle at you? What if all your other future co-workers somehow get sent a link to this stream? Check this out. It wouldn't be Bill's fault. I promise you. And we still haven't named you. It could happen. Do you believe in destiny? See the beginning of this thing and my BS. What if somebody ties it together that's one of your clients and you start losing clients? It's like, whoa, they did this to their employee, my guard? Hell with them. Peace out. What is storming out of the office? Please be clear in your terminology. You should have probably paid me as a consultant because I am a private consultant to you private security buffoons, offering free training, including business classes, to all of you up there at the group, that for the good of my fellow working people. And I even fired your new boss, your new underling boss from his own company when I was the ops guy or the chief operations officer or the lieutenant of operations. Man, I had all the titles, but he sure as hell put them in writing until he could go get himself some training in business management, roles, communications, and I wasn't accepting anything else other than certified training where he put hours in and passed a test. Because that's where they teach you in basic school is don't use drama words. Don't say lies. As evidenced by what evidence is something that can be handed over in writing or biology or something. If there was any complaints, here's what's evidence right here in your own document. Who were those complaints given to? Why didn't they fix or fire Bill? Oh, somebody dropped the ball. It's failure in the duty to train and supervise. If you had any complaints, What if the complaint was that he was illegally, immorally, and against company rules S harassing or S assaulting women or men or anybody that works for your company? Would you just keep letting him do it and sitting around giggling about it? Obviously. Well, let's just put that in the mental file for when we write a letter proving how low our IQ is and how very little experience we have in this world. Look in the description. You show me a bad employee, I show you a horrible boss. And by boss, I mean anybody allegedly above that employee or a peer who might want to be above them one day. Storming out. What does that even mean? And slamming equipment. Don't know what that means. What does slamming equipment, like slamming a door? But that's not what equipment is. Equipment is, the belts, the t-shirts, the what? What did he slam? Silliness. See? Haven't even got through this. Wait till I get to the next one. Despite these issues being previously brought to your attention. By who? When? Show me the log. Hey, perimeter security, remember some a-hole SOB, absolute piece of crap who got given power at some dumbass company you worked for, and that dude got serious about, we're going to add a site, and it's called The Office. And anybody who's in management or supervision is going to enter management notes. Because if it ain't in the log files, it didn't happen. Doesn't matter that the CEO came right behind and told everybody over the phone, ignore that asshole. That asshole was me. I can call myself that on YouTube. I'll mute it out later. Yeah, because I know. What if we passed along the duties of operations to somebody else so that we could make the current operations manager into the international operations guy, and we got to send you overseas and pay you 9 figures? Well, if you're so in control of your little tiny office and your 3 subordinates, that's where you're happy being, get out of that company. Go somewhere else. I would say go turn burgers, but I don't want you anywhere near my poor teenagers that have to work fast food. Go get in the military where somebody important can make you do push-ups and wash their toilet with your toothbrush for you being this ignorant, ridiculous, silly. Don't go barking this BS at people unless you know. There's a huge difference between knowing a thing, like standing there waving 5 or 8 papers with Bill's signature on it, and video in the vaults of him sitting in the meeting with audio and video of him being brought to his attention professionally in a corporate environment before he signed the paper acknowledging that there was an issues. Because you, sir, I don't care if you're just repeating a lie you were told. You didn't investigate. What kind of manager are you? Or you're just a plain liar and you made all this crap up. There has been no improvement in your conduct. That reflects on everybody above Bill, not anybody else. Then go talk to this dude who wipes your butt and writes you these crazy documents. And yep, I'm horribly ugly about it. 'Cause all I know is you never know who's this going out to. It could be going out to Dean. And maybe a friend of mine just moved to Florida. Quit North Carolina because you moronic security people. And the DOJ, CJS, moronic about cops. And maybe Perimeter knows what I'm talking about. Maybe they don't. When I'm talking about a really good guy MP. He bailed on this state. How do you know that he didn't already hit me up? You small-minded, no IQ, to be like, hey, Florida was like, come on down, and handed him a law enforcement badge. He said, but you know what? We can work security down here too. And I made a connection, and his significant other works in hospital business. What if I could get all of that hospital business for somebody? Or what if they asked me, what do you know about license holders in North Carolina? Because we're going to buy up a bunch of, go see the, starts with an A, buying up Wake Med right now. We're buying up all those hospitals, and we want good contract security. You know who I would tell them OH no? Super operations manager guy. You don't know who in the world has what connections. So busy, it's hard, I know, for you to be king of the world and emperor of all that you survey and living on that cloud you live on, riding unicorns to work and blessing us with your present, but the rest of us deal with reality. So here we go again. Please return all company property, including your office keys. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care. When you already tell me, and here's another ancient Chinese saying I just made up. And I will go through some more, and I will go through faster. But when you tell me something is a pile of crap, I don't want to sit around and document the peanuts and chewed bubble gums in it. I'm perfectly content knowing that it's crap. You, sir, whoever wrote this, are crap. I don't care how many peanuts and chewed, swallowed bubble gums fall out of you. No later than 5 business days. From when? Which of the 3 dates in this 3-paragraph letter, no later than 5 business days? From when? Information regarding your final paycheck and benefits will be sent to you separately. Bill Hughes, if you're still with me, if I didn't run you off your own internet show.
I'm on.
Have you received information on your final paycheck and benefits yet?
No.
I wonder who was supposed to send you that information. If it's another fantasy person that operations manager just invented in their head. And then, I don't know, I don't remember. E.T. See attached additional documentation. And because I don't know, I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask. E.T. phone home. Don't jargon people. What does E.T. period mean in a business letter? That's what I thought. It's the first two letters of etc., which I insist that all of you people please stop saying comma, etc., etc., period. I don't know what he meant there, but it means and, which is what I thought it meant. And it's not supposed to be used by itself, meaning and wife and husband. So it's another one. Man, if you guys had paid me a couple bucks to consult with you, maybe nothing, maybe something, maybe you don't know, but you can't unfire the G word, and you can't recall this stuff from getting out in the world. All right, back to the thing. Back to the thingamabobber. And, for whatever reason, and see attached additional documentation of misconduct. So again, the day before, which nobody in the company appears to know that this happened the day before he sent in a written formal request for an investigation. Try to get your story straight much? Who is this guy? Who's this? Lieutenant of Operations, guy, gal, she, ze, zems, theirs, thems, whatever you are. Love tenant. Have not yet heard a good thing about you, love tenant. And I'm not going to tear this apart as hard. Bill already mentioned that there's no such thing as a PPSB instructor. Hello, love tenant. Do you not know where the law and the code are? But so-and-so said, yeah, all right. Go back and watch my whole, it's probably only a couple hours long. It's a short long for me, about don't call people citizen or subject, and how it's one word and there's a link to the song in there. It's a Spanish song called Una Palabra. It was already famous in Los Angeles, where I'm from, but it got ultra famous in Denzel. He fine. Man on fire. You use one wrong word, you may lose all of your credibility with somebody. Want to try it? Want to find out? Walk into a black church, predominantly, and scream the N-word at the top of your lungs. You ain't going to get much more than that one word done. I can certainly, that's not, why would you say a thing like that? I can certainly attest. So somebody hit you up, said, hey, write up a thing, after they wrote up a thing. What do you mean you can certainly attest? That's, man, I would hate to get a good lawyer. A good lawyer's good paralegal or legal secretary, because they're the ones who do the real work. Or some of us investigators, types, that lawyers get to sign their names to rip this apart. Can I sit down and interview you using the good interrogation techniques and following the rules? Love tenant. What do you mean? I can certainly attest to the frequent mood swings. And Bill already mentioned that you're not a diagnostician. Changes in attitude. There's all kinds of ways to word that, but when you say this person suffers, and that's the correct word to use in modern business in any way. Otherwise, this is a character assassination, including diagnostic. Got to be careful about these words you use, genius. Frequent behavioral changes, attitude alterations. I don't know. I would ask ChatGPT to help me out. Not a sponsor. She could be. Open AI or Grok or the other one. or any of them, Google's. I don't even remember what Google's is called anymore. I would, if I could not find anybody else to help me out with it, I would ask all the AIs. Can I say this about a coworker or employee subordinate? And they will probably say, you know what, let's test it. Let's test the theory. Let's ask Bing. Hello, Bing. As a manager, can I say to an employee that they have mood swings? In most workplace settings, it's generally not appropriate for a manager to label an employee as having mood swings. I promise you, you're untruthing because you don't know truth. This is why I wish Scott was still here. Maybe he'll come back. Or maybe he is here. I can't tell. The icons are tiny. Anyway, I'm not saying that you're intentionally lying or whatever. It's that you don't know, not even at a distance, truth. You repeat untruth, which to some of us, we do see the world in pure black and white. There's no lesser evil. An untruth is a lie, and you repeat lies because no one ever calls you out on your lying mouth. You're not even smart enough to ask your search bar. Here's me telling you because I am a man of my word. I did not ask any search bar that before right now. I've never had any special class about that, the word combination mood swings. I've just, through my life, my schooling, my education, I had to go to a sensitivity class for one of those buffoon bosses of yours to keep things cool with their client. But anywhere I go, I'm a student of this life. And I don't want to be called out later as, man, you know what that moron said? Because the one thing, and I've already pointed out two, this phrasing can sound dismissive, stigmatizing, or even discriminatory. And it may be perceived as a judgment rather than a description of observable behavior. Managers should focus on specific observable behaviors and the impact they have on work rather than making a clinical or personal diagnosis. See? Why mood swings I'm not going to sit here and read all of this. I'm not going to harp on this one half-chewed peanut in your crap, genius. Let me save my work. Save often. Okay. And displays of unprofessional behavior. And here we're repeating phrase. Have created a hostile work environment. It's amazing. It's like those YouTube videos where they show all the newscasters say the exact same three words. Created a hostile work environment. Created a hostile work environment. Wow. Wow. I wonder if Lieutenant Idiot even wrote this. See how many problems I have with this, Lieutenant? And now your name's at the bottom of it. Did you get told sign this or you're fired? Or worse. Holla, baby. Call me. We'll talk about the worst things that your bosses and their best friends have done. Think, go. Go ask boss man, why were you suspended for 6 months from all of your licenses, but because you were a board member, they hid it from the rest of us? Genius. like personally attacking people much? Were you bullied as a child and you just take it out on everybody beneath you? There's nobody beneath you on this whole planet, genius. I have received no less than 3 demeanor complaints. Oh, how about you? If we subpoena you and your complaints into court, and you claim, well, they were verbal, and then we order you to relinquish their names, and because if you can't pass this buck on to somebody else, you should have taken Dean's class. Even in the basic class, it's called CYA. It's a business school term that means cover your A $. Always have somebody in writing that you can pass your nonsense off, so when it comes time for a civil lawsuit, which is money, civil liability, it ain't coming to you and taking away your house or your little goofy cool guy car. And why did you never address this, Lieutenant, with higher management, up and down? Because I know what the ranks mean, and this would appear that you are above corporal so-and-so. Well, here's me standing in my 72-star commander super general of all that I survey in the universe role in my fake military rank corporation, asking you, why does one of your people do this stuff? Why have you, Lieutenant, failed me in this organization? And they all happened in the last 30 days? Genius, man. Genius. He was rude, unprofessional, and here we go. Get Grammarly. It's free. Passive aggressive. There's no ending quote. Responsible for onboarding PPSB trainers. Scroll through that all the way. There's no such thing. Are not responsible for onboarding and issuing uniforms. Trainers are responsible for training. That's not part of the role and duties of a trainer to onboard and issue uniforms. So now I have to ask board members, 2 of you at the top of this company, what are you really doing with the classroom time? I will submit another Public Records Act request for everybody that is allegedly registered and received training in the walls of your business. And I will, all by myself, for the good of this industry, contact them, find them, and get them to assert in writing under penalty of perjury that they spent all 16 hours and 1 minute of that class in the course material with no company business, as the code says. Whoa. 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 So, as the instructor trainer, he's responsible for all this stuff, which we're not. It better not be happening. You better go un-F yourself on that one. Again. He is the first face of the company and largely sets expectations for all new hires. It does not project the image we want to set. If he says to me, go ahead, say their name, or maybe I'll just decide to later. You, sir, and your lack of professionalism and what appears to me to be bipedal monkey intelligence, let alone person intelligence. Do not project an image. I want anybody that I know to entrust their security to you and this imbecile organization with. And you better be careful. Not smart person who signed their name to this garbage that someone else wrote. Sounds good to me. F him. Yeah. My grandchildren and their parents live in your neck of the woods. This kind of leadership means that nobody beneath you is doing whatever. Don't make my grandchildren suffer because of your inability, incompetence, prideful stupidity, and everything else. Do you believe in destiny? Not a threat. It's just a statement. You never know what your not smartness might cascade into and how those ponds might ripple. In addition to demeanor issues, I receive repeated calls and text messages from officers who cannot assume a post because of lack of proper uniform. I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I work with and for and around all of your bosses. If there's not enough shirts in the inventory room, that's the boss's fault. And if the corporal doesn't provide enough shirts and whatevers, then that's the lieutenant's fault. Oh, that would be you. Isn't that you, lieutenant? You're over here whining on yourself. Show me or show to the internet in response and reaction to this video proving that I'm stupid. I'm the dumb one here. I beg you, please. I will retract it for 2 hours for every 1 hour I ragged on you. Show me where you have ever sent in writing that we don't have a good inventory management system. Show me in your onboarding written documents where you have all full-time hires will receive X number of shirts, Y number of pants, and if they need it, an advance on proper security shoes or boots. We don't give everybody shoes. We will advance them shoes if they need them. Ask me how I know these things. Go ask the old, morbidly obese one of your bosses. What is the written company policy? How many proper uniforms is a new hire supposed to get? And why don't we have any? Why do we always order them after they've been here for 4 months? Because we don't know how to manage business. See all of this rantery, and I've been ranting at the PPSB and their like affiliated fields since 1998, since probably before you were born, Lieutenant. Have not been issued uniforms due to inventory shortages. And while you're busy trying to find documentation, and it's another one, Bill Hughes does get 50% of the blame for this, because for as long as he's been anywhere around you monkeys, I've been saying, get a written job title, description, and duties. We can't build anything without setting that foundation. Why is this his fault? Due to inventory shortages. Show me in writing where somebody at that company at any level ever wrote to him, sir, you are responsible for keeping no shortages in the inventory. And he signed or initialed acknowledgement of that duty. Otherwise, you're just spouting off in the mouth, saying lies and stupid out loud and proud. I'm not sure what you mean here. Oh, they are. You ran this sentence on so far, like I've run my mouth on so far, but I pause every now and then to take a breath. You receive calls and text messages, and you never thought to go show one to your subordinate or write, hey, at the next management or supervisor's meeting, I've got to have an answer to why am I still receiving these text messages about uniforms? I have lieutenant things to do. There's a problem here. I'm so busy listening to all this uniform crap all the time, I can't do my lieutenant work. And get it fixed. Show me in writing where you ever tried to fix it or addressed it with anybody, let alone the victim of all your false diagnoses and hostiles. And let me write you up one. I can certainly attest, based on your own writing and your signature, you're a mean, stupid bully. So, from officers who are full-time officers issued only one uniform. Bruh, dude, cuz, sister girl, get your feet wet, good and wet in the suck irrity business in North Carolina. I know officers who've been 3 years on a site full-time and overtime that got issued one used shirt. No, not for your Dumbelina company. Mrs. B said hello, and Bill answered back, hey, Mrs. B. Hi, Mrs. B. I saw the chat a while ago, but I was on a roll. If we ever could, we'd get Mrs. B up in here, and she could roll with me, and she can roll better. She's more articulate, and she has documents. Officers who need replacement equipment. So they're either, it's too much. Go see Law Talk with Mike and go to his conjunction camp. Ask Grammarly, it's free. Finally, comma, well, it's obviously not finally because there's more. Several vehicle maintenance issues have been reported, particularly at blah, blah, blah. It was a site, I redacted it, where blah recently issued a disciplinary action form against an officer who demonstrated initiative. Now listen again, greenhorn in the horse industries, that's what we call you babies, you newbies, you go-getters, you monkeys always running off. Run off into the street, bro. Don't look both ways. I order you. Run across the highway. Lucky for you, it wasn't the client that the company you work for did evil, wicked, illegal subterfuge to steal it away from someone else that cost me and George our jobs. And we lost it because the exact words from the client were, in writing, your officers come and go as they please. Even though Bill didn't disciplinary and show me in writing where he's not allowed to disciplinary. And I'm going to show you real quickly here, and you go think about it, or somebody who knows this lieutenant, go say, oh man, this is my guy. I got to help him so he doesn't get ever ragged up by that screaming lunatic on the internet again. You should have helped him before he signed his name to this garbage. How did this officer demonstrate initiative? And that's the thing. And Perimeter and Brewer and George can listen to that's that Army guy horse crap. Road apples. It's full of stinky worms. It's an initiative test. I'm trying to see if you will show initiative by breaking the law and costing you your client. What had happened were, is this jackass wouldn't take later. It's handled. Leave it alone. Do your other jobs. This new hire, who's had no disciplinary issues, still in their probationary period, man, show me in writing where Bill's ever had a disciplinary issue. Wait, none of you have ever had any. Go back and look at that garbage you signed your name to below. Does that still exist in the connector teams, or did they delete it once they got the copies they needed? Genius. Your officer leaving your site, did they clock out of the client site so that your company did not feloniously and fraudulently bill that client for that time that you were getting your initiative guppy paid by the client to be on their site performing the big four of security for that client under contract? The answer is no. And why don't you know the big four? And why don't you know that officers cannot leave the site? Because none of you give a damn. And I will point out very soon, it has happened. And when I was going to put one of those 2024 emails into this live stream if we got all the way to part 2 before I started doing this. But look at this. I'm going to show you where 2 years ago, I told an untouchable giant company. I emailed it to their faraway CEO and chief legal officer. You guys better get us some management in little old Norfolk Kakalaki, or you're going to lose your whole international contract. They lost it. Because of us? No. Because of us combined with our little site that has 12 and the email to them and acknowledged by them. Thank you. I said and pointed out plain to who matters, to the top. And I ain't got a dog in the fight. I don't work for you. I don't care. When you lose your clients, guess whose jobs everybody's gone? If you lose your clients, love tenant, do you think the company is going to keep paying for a bum love tenant? And I think it was George who said it earlier. I hope it was you, George, because I'm giving you the credit. When the boss asks you, why would you do a little something, something, and don't do something, something as dumb as work off the clock? Or if you do, fall down, break your crown, and find out that guess whose workers' comp ain't going to pay for you getting hurt at work when you weren't clocked in. Oh, you wrote it in here. Well, resolving an issue with a flat tire. Well, if you have dumb love tenants who are responsible for the training and supervision for the private, not privates, because I don't know, why can't you have privates if you've got everything else? Just quit with it. Document it and explain it. Military musterhead. They left the site. What'd they do? Pay for it with their own money? Fixing the flat tire? You guys are going to get them back later, or he told you don't worry about it. You know, they only charged me $6 for a little tire plug or some garbage. How did it get worked out? It's not showing initiative. That's doing vehicle repair work that you guys pay somebody to do. Who was doing the security work while that idiot was playing with tires? This matter should have been addressed with a simple verbal counseling, and stop using that word counseling. You don't know what it means. Admonishment, discussion, warning. It's another word you stole from the military. You don't know what it means. Verbal counseling, what? Out here in the private real world, that means you laid him on your couch and asked him, how does it make him feel? This particular officer has no history of disciplinary issues. Why are you being so vague? In an internal company document. Oh, I wonder if you even wrote this. The totality of the circumstances. Court much, bruh? Redundant much? The totality of the circumstances includes the duration. What's this comma about? Fully support the decision to terminate. So you wrote this after you read this. How do I know? Scroll the page. Because you said on this nonsense document, that's absolute nonsense, full of drama words. I'm not going to pick this one apart. Merged. He rode a large flat boat that hauls trash in a river. Yeah. Why would you, the same LT, sign this garbage that signed the above garbage? So your recommendation for HR is a first warning, yet you support fully before and after termination. So you support only, this is your recommendation if we say that there was only this one incident in isolation? Well, then you should have wrote that in your previous letter. See below. The next incident is the one incident, but it's the only incident listed in your operations dorks thing. Numerous complaints, evidence, blah, blah, blah. On June 26th at approximately, everything matches up. These were all created at the exact same time. Remember Bill Hughes said in his thing previous that it seemed retaliatory to me. Yeah, seems like a whole bunch of made up crap, and this is what I call the departmental dump when police departments do it to their officers. Oh yeah, we just have all this stuff, but you know what they come up with? Dusty old papers with forged signatures on them, or signed off by the captain who retired 8 years ago. And then there's the page with all the instructions. And why do you think they said this twice? Because now it's on you again, Lieutenant. Now, if this goes anywhere and splashes back on the company, they're going to dump off on you. They're going to deny ever knowing that any of this got handed in or handled. Ask me how I know. They're going to stand around wishing you farewell, giving you 5 days to turn in your stuff. 5 days from when? Well, if you go from the date at the top of the letter, you already missed that deadline. So now we're going to take all that you turned in out of your pay. which is against the law. They can't do that. What does this say? You as the supervisor. Here it is. Why did they copy that? Responsible. They changed the word presenting to delivering. Presenting the form to the employee. Delivering the form to HR within 24 hours of being signed by the employee that you are submitting this form and that you did whatever, like give them their, you said it, first warning. And I'm no lawyer. I'm not giving legal advice. I already told Bill Hughes, let it go. Forget it. Even if you could get a lawyer and afford to pay them or whatever, it's 5 to 7 years. That's the average for a civil case to go through. And you can't bleed a stone. The lawyers ain't going to sue you, lieutenant, even though you failed. You, lieutenant, as the supervisor, are responsible for presenting the form to the employee. Did you do that? Read it to them. Ensuring their questions are answered and asking them to sign it. This is a true ask. You cannot tell them, because there it says why. If you want to know the other, we're in the tell business, not the ask business, but except for there are exclusions to every rule. I'm talking about you as a managing employee in any employment in America, not as a security officer or a law enforcement officer. If you're in the security and law enforcement businesses, you are in the tell business, not the ask business. So, you failed. I would write you up. I wouldn't give you warnings. And we're going to talk about that in just a little bit. At will considerations. Did you refuse to sign, which would be a lie because you didn't present this to B, or turn back in this form? Do not wait to bring it to the office. You can take a picture of it, send it over Connect Team or email, and then deliver the paper copy later. None of that got done. Guess who's violated the company policies and scribbled their name at the bottom where I do believe this is supposed to be signed by the employee that you're warning, first warning. And because you did all this and signed your dumb name to it, makes you responsible for it. So if the Hugses have a relative who's a lawyer and won't charge them all their time, they'll take it on the chin, but pile up those legit, reasonable legal fees to sue you just for the principle of the matter, to let other yous in the world not happen. You never know. You never know who knows somebody. My whole family still lives in California. They might know a lawyer who wants to make their bones destroying some jerk who calls himself lieutenant. Can we please pass a law that if you don't have military rank and structure documented in your BS security outfit, it's a felony. You're stealing valor. Military ranks are reserved for government military people. You guys all running around with your head so far up your bums. I'm done with this. I'm going to let it go. I could go for several more hours just on you, operations Dort and current acne. I don't know how many love tenants have been up in that house. There have been 9 operation guys that I can think of. A little bit of markup, a little bit of red ink, a little bit of lessons. And hey, I know you wouldn't listen to it, and if you did, you would sit there with your fingers in your ear saying, nanny, 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 I can't hear you. That's all right. Somebody else on the internet might get one word out of this and go listen to the song. I should probably find a link and put a link to the song in the chat and the timestamper. It's a really good song. And if you read the translation, the one word says everything and at the same time says nothing. And something else and something else. But it's a really good song. Look it up. It's called Una Palabra. If somebody on this whole planet gets the one word out of this whole, can't see my clock anymore. Man, I have not yet begun to defile my live streaming timestamps. It's only 4 hours and 45 minutes. If one person got one word that was edifying to them, that's why I'm hoping Scott will come back and he can talk about that. And or I don't know, my Priscilla got home. Maybe she'll come. Put the headphones on and get busy on what that means. The destiny of it all. The 2 Peter. Where are we at? 04. 45. Nope. Danger close. Ding. Done. Powering down for a few minutes. Should I put a be right back, Bill or George, or you guys want to sound off while I go let out some fluids and refill some fluids?
You can take a break if you want. I need to go get more fluids for myself anyway.
And George might just be camping for the good of it.
Might be.
Let's put, what time is it on Earth? 9:48 p.m. Eastern. Can you read that on your little screen, Bill?
Yes.
Taking a break. Be right back. Still here says, well, if somebody types something in the chat, perimeter, well, we're gone. Chat back at them. ETA 5 to 7 minutes. Be right back, everybody. Let me put the girly birds back on the screen and the boy birds. Et. And I'm sort of back. Had to make sure the earphones were on the right and left and right. Well, it was kind of, let me get more stuff on the screen. I gotta get less stuff on the screen because I just put that behind the icons, the avatars. Just me talking while I'm scrolling and running my mouth. Dumbass. It's in 2 Peter 2.
I am back. Sorry.
Oh, I just got back myself. I'm just scrolling. Okay. I do
George, you
believe
got
it.
anything to add in this?
I'm afraid not.
I said, show me a bad employee, I will show you a horrible boss. I think that's part 2. It happened, Bill. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then being the boss, DUH boss, requires more than sitting in the big chair in the big office. I said, yay, let's go, because it was supposed to be in part 2 where I get to say everything I just said for the last hour or more.
Yeah.
And somebody said it much better than me earlier. I don't remember if it was George or Scott or both or Bill. All three. The boss gets all the credit and all the blame. That's my short version of. And those of us that we know our place down at the bottom of the heap or whatever, that's where the lot we drew or life put us. Well, boss. Just because you were born the son of a business owner doesn't make you a good business owner. Ask anybody. Whatever that company used to be around, the kids took over and lost all their customers and went out of business. And if there's any professional lawyers that ever come across this, if somebody sends a link to a friend to a friend to a friend who is an attorney at law and thinks, maybe there is something there and for the good, in this case, it's security, but I can show you the clients we allegedly security, which are other private businesses. They're worse. That wants to get into employment law and try to help out the worker bees of North Carolina. It's amazing how being under a Democratic administration for so many years, which is supposed to be the hidden secret socialist labor party, is all about. You know what? Piss on them. They weren't born the governor, so to hell with them. Get them on welfare. Tell them to vote -D and they'll get bigger welfare checks. You can't expect government to solve private problems because they're government bums. They get paid no matter what. See all the cliches and all the stories, but legal options. Let me get that copied and get it on the timestamp. We're not going to spend a lot of time here on legal options, are we, Bill?
Not really.
I will put this out. Since this is an at-will state, they were stupid because they put everything in writing.
Right. And we're going to talk about that next. But we're going to check off the list. Legal options.
I do know if they send that to any future employers of the person that this is about, they just open themselves up for a libel suit
Or slander. Either one.
libel, slander,
And
defamation.
yeah, defamation definitely, because especially because we just pointed out, and the Bing bar, thank you, Bing, Microsoft,
Oh, excuse me.
that agreed, making that kind of diagnosis. But again, that won't go against the company. That goes against the idiot that signed their name to that.
Yeah. And the company because they hired him and they didn't fire him right away.
Yeah, their malfeasance then goes to the corporate structure and everything else and unwraps the corporate wrapper.
Well, and
They
not to
all
mention
they all get away with it till they don't.
exactly.
But the legal options, and me and Bill have already talked about it at length on the phone. Should you consult attorneys, plural, just like doctors, always plan to go get more than one opinion. You never know when your lawyer's having a bad day, or what if some texting teenager kills your attorney. You better have had a second attorney in mind.
Not to mention because they don't pay attention to the people around them and the times we live in. Now there's also a permanent record. Even if they
Right.
decide to delete all their shit, we have a permanent record. It's all been here.
Absolutely.
Well,
Without
Now,
any names, everything's redacted. This is a whole hypothetical class. That's why I called it a biz school. But everybody, and especially them, somebody get the nads together to send the boss, the owner, the guy whose name is over the door, a link to this and tell him, you know what, if you had any sense at all, which you don't, you would go give this a quick listen. But my attitude is, even if you, and hey, I'm speaking of the whole internet, the whole earth internet from now until the internet goes away. If you know of some lawyer that would be willing to do, like AOC, are you out there, girl? Hearts, hearts, hearts. They named a space rock after you. Send one of them New York socialist attorneys down here. Get with your new governor, the socialist guy.
Who's gonna pull up on this?
And help North Carolina. That by helping us, you helping you. So send one of your socialist attorneys down here to un-F us. Consult attorneys, yes, if you can afford to. And no, before you ever get into suing anybody, even Love Tenant. You never know who he's got in the family. He might be related to 20 attorneys. That if they fight it at all or work it out, 5 to 7 years is your average first final civil lawsuit time. Those are just statistics. And the end result of that civil lawsuit against a nothing. So you're going to have a hard time. You're going to have to pay your attorney. Because you can't bleed a stone. Us in the private investigators, we're supposed to have a lot of attorney friends and do a lot of work for those attorney friends. And I grew up, my mom being the manager and lead something or other at a huge Los Angeles law office that was nationwide. She just ran the Los Angeles office. And she was in law school. That's why I know all these legal terms. But do not even on TV, I don't play one. I don't mess with attorney, man. You got to go to school and you got to stay in practice. Talk about diminishing skills. You take attorneys out of the court system or whatever and the jargons that they got to constantly go to their CEs and put up with some drunken slob's hands all over them. But sure, consult several. If you have the wherewithal and you can survive the lawsuit, win, lose, or draw, you can do 5 to 7 years and let's say $1 million worth of attorney fees for the good of your fellow man, go for it. Otherwise, consult consultants. And that's the thing that I've told Bill. And when the wounds have scabbed over and we're not busy salting it, and a lot of very serious things in my life, and I didn't express it to you this way, Bill, when we can laugh about it nonstop, let's talk about it. Otherwise, you let me know if you just want to vent again. We'll go live again and try not to say any names. And vent it out at each other and hang out and do whatever you got to do so that you can function every day. Consulting consultants, everybody involved should be doing so. I don't think my poop don't stink, man. I hit up people, places, things. I do online classes of all kinds of garbage. When they see the link down in the bottom, I remembered it being at LinkedIn. Man, they give you this stuff for free. Maybe it doesn't make sense to me at the time, but I had it in my... Did you argue with your boss? I just remembered it was there, and what I remembered was, that's not an argument. That's a physical fight. I don't know if you can see it.
That's battery.
Let me zoom it. This dude has his hands on this guy, screaming in his face at point blank range. Look at this poor scared feller behind him. That poor choice of words, so easily offensed Nancy, love tenants, and operations monsters. That is a hostile work environment when you didn't put in any of your documentation anything anywhere about if the one incident involved this being the bill we're talking about hypothetically, and this was the love tenant. If this happened, hands on clothes, well, I didn't touch his skin. I don't care. You're fired. And I ain't going to wait till next week to tell you. And I'm not even going to tell you, even if I am, because you know who's going to come in here and tell you and sign their name to it? The boss. All of the bosses. Everybody's going to get in here all together. Because why? Because we don't have in our employee manual who is entitled to do any of that. It's not listed anywhere. As a matter of fact, it says that the only one who can do it at my company, hard quote. Remember that? Me saying over and over for the last 5 years, Bill? He really needs to take that. The only one who can do discipline at my company is me. Well, then why did your operations guy sign this BS and Bill is out of work? What's going on? And it goes back to another, man, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Sorry, hashtag not sorry. But in discussing all these things, like do you guys really want to bring back all these years and all this stuff? What if we do get a bite based only on this internet streamery? And some lawyer comes out and says, send me all your documentation. Do you really want me to send them those hundreds of emails that you acknowledged receiving? Boss.
I'm going to try to get us back. Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
So consultants. I mean, for everybody all involved. But in particular, Bill, I say it with all the hearty hearts and true brotherly love, that kind of thing. I know that I mean to, but I've expressed several times in honesty and earnestness. I'm beyond my wit's end. I can't be that resource for you. Be a resource. It says it so in the book.
Yeah.
You got to find somebody that will listen to you and hopefully not ask you interrupt your every sentence and say, well, why do you feel that way? And how does it make you feel? Hopefully there's somebody out there that can listen to you and not offer you alcohol or RXs and give you good guidance, whether it's mental, emotional, spiritual, or whatever kind of religious, something to help you get through it. And when you say, why me? They able to, and I think Scott might have been able to take to Peter, and whenever we get that live, I'll try to schedule it several hours in advance so we can all do some listening to him next time.
I feel bad that hasn't happened.
Oh no, he got something else he had to do, and then that other person, he sent me a message in the thing, one in the chat, and then he sent a direct message, or whatever a DM is in Discord. I think it's direct message, private message.
Yeah.
That he had something come up.
Well, to tell you with what you said, Dean, you're one of the very few people I can talk to that about, because you do understand it, you get it. So
Yeah,
just putting that out there.
That's why I really tried to, anything I had to say, push that down and let Bill get done. But then I wound myself up because you told me to, and you sounded like you needed a break. But that's all right.
Yeah.
And this might be the one thing. I've said it in other live streamers, and I've said it in all my classes. Besides lawyers, especially in the G word and lethal force classes, besides needing an attorney, you've got to have attorneys, plural. A good criminal attorney to defend you criminally won't touch a civil case. They dedicate themselves. It's a very special specialty. And state criminal attorneys are a world different than a federal criminal attorney. These are all things you don't want to learn the hard way. Besides lawyers, sorry, attorneys, I eventually got to use less syllables. You have to have in your life someone that you can talk to in confidence, whether if there's any kind of nonsense legends or health implications or these confidentiality notices. There might be someone that you can talk to in confidence, and that's what I try to be for a very select, few, less than one hand of people. And Bill and George happen to be two of those people that know that use the right keywords and I will shut this mouth that runs incessantly. That when a bad thing happens in your life, you don't need somebody telling you, and I still haven't done it yet, other than saying, Bill, dang it, shaking my finger at you, you should have got that. I shouldn't have said that twice or three times during this live stream. You should have got that. Chain of command in writing. That won't tell you woulda, coulda, shoulda, and how this would have never happened to them. You've got to have, that's what I mean by a consultant. Or somebody that I call it performing a business autopsy. Even if you're an employee, take any documentation you have, like Bill's got. Part of what we're doing here is I'm demonstrating for you, and this is utterly on the fly, and we had to redact everything and keep it quiet. We don't have to. This all happened. People that know. We asked people in email before we started and text, hey, don't name the company. If other people know, then they know. If they don't, good. Because this happens everywhere at every company of every size all over this country. But having somebody with some business sense and a lot of experience at every level of private employment. If we were talking about a government job like cop shops, I would be saying you've got to find somebody who's been a lieutenant or a captain in police work that can tell you that didn't start there. They started at patrol division cadet. But even though we deal with the security aspect, talking about this because it's a security related field in this instant, that's the fire we're standing next to. Talk to people with experience in business. Erase the word security, and now all we're talking about is human resources and companies and employees. And ask them to objectively, or maybe not objectively. And if you got to pay for a professional consultant or advisor without offering legal advice to do what this is, what we just did is what's called an autopsy of the separation of Bill from this company. The problem is who came out the back end making themselves look lesser than. Without any other than mine, I did lots of personal attacks on these anonymous people in this hypothetical letter. You can take that to heart or don't. I don't care. I don't believe you can speak smart to stupid. It doesn't comprehend. So anyway, consult consultants to have them tear it apart, the whole event, and when we can laugh about it and say, "Oh yeah, I got you. I brought that on." Then we'll have that conversation. And if that day never comes, good too. I don't want to go out to something else and turn out that there was any validity to that garbage, that I will repeat that because I didn't. The main thing about this and all the other companies we've all suffered through together is that they're all the same. The names change. And us as employees who've been loosed or separated from these companies are left out wondering, and you wondered earlier, sir, during your discussions, and you got a little upset. I don't mean to harp on it, but this is part of what we just did. Where you, because so many others, and it's in every aspect of our lives, started to victim blame and shame yourself. Maybe one day I'll get the timestamp. Maybe I won't. I sure didn't mark it in the log or the text file. I just marked it in my mind. Remember that for later. It's subtle, and we're taught that from when we're children, to be apologetic and self-effacing or whatever, and take the blame on ourselves. And okay, well, when we're ready to talk about it without any more hurt coming from it, then we'll consult and talk about it and lay out clinically that stuff. So that's what I mean about consult consultants. And if you're find yourself one day in the place of management or bosses or whatever, really study your bosses and say, do I need a consultant to come in here and help me organize this company? Or should we hire a contract base? We only pay them when they work. Professional human resources consulting company. So legal options, there are many. It's all time and money. Consider it.
What I was going to say on the legal options things were, and it's written right here on the outline, and it's written right here. I'm staring at it on the Discord screen, and I'm sure that other people can see it on the YouTube screen because I have both screens up.
Mhm.
When it pertains to legal options, consultants, as it stands right now, I'm undecided on consulting an attorney. And that is because, number one, this is an open wound that is still pretty free flowing as to tragedy and sadness of it all. Number one. And number two, I don't want to make that kind of a decision just based on pure emotion. I want to make sure that even though I've got all my paperwork, I've got all my proof, I could do it, no problem. I want to make sure in my own mind that that is what I want to do. That's where I want to be. So before I do any of that, I got to get myself on that. And that's just the reality of it for me. Now, that takes off the first block of what next. The second one was at will state.
All right, hang on one second. Let me wrap that
Okay.
up with, and it's another repeat. Already said it twice, I think. When in doubt, don't. So what you're thinking is correctly. Are you 100% sure that you want to go pay your money and sit in front of a lawyer about this? 100%? No. Then don't go. You'd waste your time, your money, and theirs. So you're doing the right. Is just my
Like I
stuff
said,
on that. You're doing
it's like
right
I
by
said,
not doing something.
it's not that I haven't thought about it, and it's not that I haven't, you know, put feeler out to see what was what. I have. So I'm still not 100% sure. And I've gotten the opinion of others, multiple others, who are all in agreement of you need to go get a lawyer, go get an attorney, and you need to go ahead and file that suit, which leads me into the next part that we're talking about with at will employment. At will employment, I've done a little bit of research into it. And while you don't have to give notice to that you're leaving, and they don't have to tell you why they let you go, there are certain protections that still protect the employee. And one of those protections is retaliation. That they let you
Right.
go as a retaliatory act for you doing something at a whistleblowing basically type deal, that you called them out on what they did was wrong. So to either make the wrong go away, get rid of the whistleblower, get rid of the person who's saying something, get rid of them. They can't do that. And that's one of those that is protected. And in my heart of hearts, I fully believe, and I am fully convinced, and I don't believe there's really anybody on this planet that could actually convince me otherwise, that that's exactly what this is.
And I'll call out again. The digital thing reader says there's 4 watching right now. If you 4 people know 4 people, we can't offer you $1,000 prize or a brand new car. All we can offer you is the thanks of a grateful nation of the whole world. If you know of somebody that can, even like from a debate club point of view, listen to what we've all said through this and tell us why we're wrong. Either record your own video reacting off of this one, or put a little something in writing in a comment, or whatever. so that we can say, whoa, man, you ran your mouth kind of hard on that. Like, don't tell me I'm wrong because I called them names or idiots or a-holes or whatever I called them. It's not what I wanted to say. I was nice for me. But yeah,
So
it's all of the opinions are valuable.
that's where I'm at with that, and that was my standpoint on the employment at will, because I mean I did throw the Google term in there in North Carolina, and it pulled up, a million and one things.
It
So
Yeah, we don't need to Google bar it. We can go to www.labor.nc.gov. The link is below in the description. I guess I can put link in the chat as well. Link going in the chat or the live chat replay if you're watching this some other future. This is from their site, North Carolina Department of Labor. Employment at will. All of you people that don't work in this kind of state, you Californians, before you step one more step or breathe one more breath in my state that I escaped your state to get to, read this one web page. I don't, if I wanted to ever hear about, oh my God, I have to sue you for stress disability. Like, totally. How come you can say the first T, but not the second one? Totally. And we're going to discuss a little bit the at will considerations. Bill and George both mentioned, unless the term employment at will simply means that unless there is a specific law to protect employees, like federal law, or there is an employment contract which has to be in writing. North Carolina does honor verbal contracts, but you better have a boatload of stuff to back that up and go try to say, well, we had a verbal agreement to an attorney and ask them to take it to court. They're going to tell you to take a hike. Well, hello, Chad Bro. Glad you're still here. If you know any attorneys interested in uneffing some companies, send them a link to this live stream. Then an employer can treat its employees as it sees fit, including the assignment of demeaning tasks. Read carefully. There is a specific law to protect employees. And don't sit around mincing words about demeaning. If some nasty ass female attracted, whether it's a dude or a chick or something elsewheres, tells a female identifies as or is employee to pull your skirt up over your head and crawl around on your hands and knees and let me look at your butt. No, that is beyond demeaning. That is illegal. And I wouldn't say it. If some damn fool hadn't done a thing, it was a school principal making the teacher girls do that. Bark like a dog crawling around on your hands and knees with your skirt pulled up over your head and back. True story.
do
And
me a
the
favor and scroll
employer,
that up a little or down a little, because I did see it until you scrolled back up.
don't skip ahead. I'm getting there. And the employer
Okay,
can
I just have to see it.
and the employer can discharge an employee at the will of the employer for any reason or no reason at all. What they don't also make clear in here, because the Department of Labor is supposed to protect employees, they're highly concerned with protecting employers. This is the government. Where do you think they get 80% of their money? employers and your payroll taxes. It is also up to each employer to decide if employees may see their own personnel file or not. True. But if you haven't shown them like a disciplinary write-up that they signed, or corrective, or whatever, constructive criticism, whatever you want to call that silly
Performance
little,
enhancement.
yeah, that little team connector team,
Yep.
goofy garbage with an exclamation point on it. If they've never seen it, you can't use it against them either. If you're having a problem with an employee, like, this is a serious, dangerous person that we hired an outside consultant to decide whether or not this person was a serious candidate for mass G-word violence or workplace violence. No, that doesn't go in their employee file. That goes in their company files with their name on it for management eyes only. But specific law means any law. Boss can't violate the law on you. That's not what at will means. The most common protected categories are those that protect an employee's civil rights based on age, blah, blah, blah. Here's another silly list of all the federal and state laws that exclude discrimination of any kind. Or pregnancy. No discriminating. And what did they say? This is coming straight from the state. For questions or information on these protected categories, you need to. That means North Carolina just said, leave us alone. We don't know, and we don't want to know. Contact the federal EEOC, Equal Opportunity Employment Commission. Here, they gave you a toll-free number for any of you that still pay for local tone dialing. It's so silly. Call this number. You mean the EEOC doesn't have a website in 2026? Yeah, they do. So little government cares. And here it is. Another protected category is under the, what Bill Hughes has been saying the whole time, Retaliatory Employment Discrimination Act. So we right-click that and say, search the Google bars for it. How long has this been around? The North Carolina protects workers from employer retaliation for exercising specific legal rights. And it is in-depth and complicated. Go try to find you an attorney or find a law school student and say, hey, man, I'll pay you some money or buy you some law school brewskis. I mean, energy drinks. Help you with your bar exam, wash your car for you. But use your law education and tell me, do I have anything that can work under this? It's somebody that's legally trained and is not a thing. And nope, you don't get into a written contract with a baby lawyer for them to provide you legal advice. It's just two people who happen to know each other, and nothing's going to get, why? Because if it ain't written down, it didn't happen. Nothing's going to get written down or recorded about it. You're just getting somebody who has some familiarity with that kind of stuff's personal opinion. That's it. And they have a whole department. A couple years ago, they had a link to this department underneath the Department of Labor, retaliatory, the Red Bureau. Like how they did that. They worked hard to make those initials.
They did.
mine safety and health. See, these are for specific things, but if the employer retaliates or lets you go because of any of this stuff, as well as carrying the sickle cell trait. Yep. They to this day they still do that BS. And then they have phone numbers. Here you go, Bill. Doesn't have a toll-free number. Oh my gosh. The North Carolina Lawyer Referral Service can be reached. The free attorneys, which I don't know if they're listed in there, here it is. Legal Aid Services office in your area. You may be eligible for free legal advice through legal aid. Legal aid deals with a lot of domestics and abused women and children mostly, but occasionally there is some poor guy who snuck off in the night with his children because the woman wife, mother of the children, is red rummerish. It happens. When you go to legal aid with, like, my boss said ugly stuff about me, they might tell you, go find your own attorney. They are very busy and poorly underfunded and understaffed, and part of a current federal administration's cutting and slashing of money included North Carolina's legal aid services. But they might talk to you. They might, hey man, we'll give you a free consult. Bring your stuff in. It's worth trying. If they say no, if you called them up or went to the legal aid website and found the one in Vietnam, if you ask them, would you talk to me about this? And they said no, at least you wouldn't have it in your mind. I wonder if they would talk to me about this. You're exactly where you were, but you had an answer to your question. And they might say yes. Yeah, bring it on in.
In other words, it doesn't cost you a dime to call and ask questions.
Absolutely. And trying to help, not advise or whatever. I have many times, you don't have to call, gone through their website, used their little contact this person at that local office, and sent them an email that thankfully didn't get lost in their spam or junk folder. And sometimes within a few days, and sometimes, man, I was like 5 months later, who is this? What is this about? But I don't think I've ever sent a query or question to Legal Aid Services of North Carolina and not gotten some kind of answer back eventually. But if you're impatient, call them. Their phone number. You'll get to talk to people. And eventually, if you got around to that, and I already told Bill privately on the phone, and again, not offering legal advice, but if you could get someone with legal training, I find a last year law student that all they're waiting on is their little gown, and go start studying to take the bar, to look at over all your stuff and give you a friendly opinion for nothing. And they say, yeah, you got a good thing here. Go to file your complaint at the Department of Labor. Then go for it. There's somewhere at the Department of Labor, there's a clicker to file a complaint. You can. I'm not sure where it is because I took the direct link to this page. Oh, it might be over here in all of these. Fluctuating work week overtime pay. You guys, everybody, especially at this company, there may be complaints forthcoming, not forthwith. How to file a wage complaint. How to file a youth employment complaint. somewhere they have in all these clickers. Here it is. There's instructions under law. Final wages to separated employees. See, they don't say that it terminated anymore. Fix your language, foolish companies, mom and pop shops. I wonder who's the mom. The one that starts with B or the one that starts with A?
Oh, God.
Prevailing
Sorry.
wage rates, promised wages. But yeah, too many doo-doos. And it's all available right here. It is 2026. You can find your stuff on the web. You can go visit them on their Facebook page. They have a link. Facebook, X, whatever that is. Instagram, they Insta. And apparently they have a YouTube channel. Go see their YouTube channel. I'll try to remember it. So that's what employment at will means, where I have a thing and I tried to teach mom up there, or dad, whatever she goes by, the elderly one, might be grandma. It's a grandma and pop shop. Several times in writing, tried to get it across to their head. They just don't listen because they know better. You know why they know better? Because the blah, 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 my company dude in those 5 pages of garbage, his name ain't on those 5 pages of garbage. Dun, dun, dun. Operations and lieutenant guy. Who signed that? Oh. Set you up for failure much? Giggle much when your employees fall in the holes you dug for them? They do. They laugh at you. Remember, you're the 9th operations guy in 5 years. Maybe 6. Yeah, I already closed it, so I can't pull that back up. So that's all there is on employment at will. The thing I have to do with it is that it is employment at will for any reason or no reason at all, which is why you can't send out letters like that. You absolutely must not get yourself a consulting law firm, and don't trust law firm employees. Pay the big bucks for your companies who's only there to protect the company, especially from owner operators. You bitch at your clients if they try to do their own security. You piss and moan at your clients if they try to do their own private investigations. Why are you out doing lawyer work? Get back in your lane. Get in your box. Get yourself an attorney. It's well worth $250, $400. My local attorney that I'm friends with, he charged me $400 an hour. So most of the time he charged me, well, I took 2 hours, but I'm going to charge you a half an hour. When you're talking about a company with 50 or more employees, or including full and part-time and all this other jazz, and protecting that so that it can grow, not get destroyed, make sure that any form or document or whatever has passed through several attorneys who would also have to defend the employees. And listen, employees everywhere, once bosses or bosses insurers pay for an attorney, the boss is not bossing that attorney. That attorney is the boss of themselves. And to protect the company for all the people that work there, sometimes they might agree with the boss and sacrifice one of the employees and say, you know what, we can dump this off. Listen carefully, operations person. Because the insurance might come in and say, you know what? Crap. All they've got is gross negligence. And even if it was half the victim's fault, in civil court, they call it contributory negligence. But if they're facing $1 million mental distress and permanent mental anguish and fear of workplaces based on patterns of activities of these imbecile supervisors, that would be $1 million that's going to get divided in half. That the insurance company's the one making that decision and their attorneys. That's $500,000 on you for your negligence operations or lieutenant. And if the insurance company is out of state and they're trying to recoup their losses from the negligent, especially if it's willful negligence party, when they get that judgment from whatever state the insurance company lives and works in, they can then garnish your wages in North Carolina as long as the money and the judgment comes from out of state. You ain't safe. That means they can't take your rented house. No, they can't take your not paid for car. But every week that you get paid by all your future employers forever, they're going to get an attachment out of that wage, like the child support you're all used to paying. So, does it happen every day? No. Does it happen enough that there's people out there that hurt themselves about it? Absolutely. Or wind up acting crazy and dumb and homeless? Yep. There you go. At will. Which all comes from or no reason at all. So don't give them a reason. Don't write big flowery documents full of violations of all of these laws and even good, free, not legal advice from the Bing search bar. All right, I ran it again. Do we have any more combination at will employment stuff, legal stuff? Order bill.
Oh, we've covered all of that. We're literally now at the closing personal experiences, opinions, and lessons learned. I think we've pretty much covered all of that throughout the whole thing, so we can go ahead and put an X in that one too, because we have went through all of it.
Yeah, and we've all...
Unless George has anything else he wants to throw in on it.
I already have.
Yeah, let's put 05.
I will add this. For civil cases in most states, including this one, there is a time limit. But let's say you go, it's 5 years, which is past the time limit to cast a civil suit. If they all of a sudden decide to send you an employer, that information on you or on whoever this is on, they just extended the time another 3 years.
Yep. They reset the clock.
And it's now a new charge called defamation.
That's all. Oh, yeah, I forgot. A really good friend of mine taught me, because he, she, they, it were a really high up attorney for real prosecutor, public defender, civil, private practice, judge, magistrate. Told me a tale once about law school and law school learning, that if you think somebody might be able to sue you, listen, hypothetical company, that we read this hypothetical letter and said all these things. You guys all have male organs, Lieutenant, that is smaller and narrower than your pubic hair. And the only way that if you try to sue me for defaming or besmirching you or slandering you or any other thing because I'm publishing this on my YouTube and saying it out loud and proud about hypothetically how ignorant you are, hypothetical, first you have to claim it, that I'm talking about you, and that everybody should reasonably know that. And then in claiming it and proving it, you're going to have to bear that wee-wee to the court and prove that it's bigger than your pubic hair.
Do you mind if I have the pizza?
No. You want it heated there or there?
Figure downstairs.
Okay.
And so everybody knows, that's Mrs. George, and she's asking about pizza.
Oops.
Pizza, I want some. I have pizza for whenever we get done as well. I'm going to drag this out another few minutes
It's leftovers.
so that
I forgot I had my mic active.
yeah, it looks like about 10 minutes left. So that we end danger close to 6 hours. I think the thing said lessons learned, whatever. It's a lesson. I'm not going to say I learned it today, but going through this today, and it was a real good thing. And Scott will do a show just dedicated to what you and I discussed earlier. I put under that, if we got that far and Scott was still here, he would do a knowledgeable discussion of 2 Peter. And then see Destiny about, and I've already discussed it. We will dedicate a whole show if you want to, or we'll do it on your channel. He has his own YouTube channel. Link's in the description. Link is in the chatter box somewhere. With the lesson relearned, reiterated, refreshed, renewed, or I pretend I never heard it before and say, thank you, George and Bill and Scott and Perimeter Security typing in the chat. You know what I don't ever want to be? That guy with my name on some garbage letter like that, so that some not very smart guy like Dean could tear it apart and red ink it like this happened. It's not, I don't care about all that stuff. What I care about is that I don't want to be the cause of someone's mental, emotional, spiritual anguish over something as dumb as a $20 an hour job. I would not take pride in being a bully. I got so many reminders for myself, like, hey, if you're going to type a thing in a letter, copy paste it into your favorite search bar and say, should I say this? That's a lesson I learned again, relearned, rehashed, reiterated, thought about it in a different way. Don't be that guy. Lessons learned. We've all expressed lots of opinions, but hang on, a chat popped in. Let me look at it. Equally disturbing, this is from Perimeter Security, equally disturbing that it was not sent up for review before presenting to the employee. Also interested to see the dashboard retaliatory actions. Exactly. It's because of all the failures of everything. And one day when we have more time, we'll autopsy it. And if time allows, maybe we won't. Maybe this is all it gets. But I can tens and tens and tens where we have truly, me and Bill and George, offered these people, let us fix these problems with your company and you, Perimeter Security. Man, Here, still keeping it anonymous or hypothetical. Perimeter security on and off the clock, trying to make a better company for him and his coworkers with an absolute black hole of death of a boss for all the reasons or none of the reasons. Wrote the entire employee manual and wrote entire huge, well detailed with pictures, standard operating procedure manuals for the sites he was supervisor of. They never got out to the field. Boss was always sitting around saying, well, I have them under review. They need editing. We have to send them to legal. There was no legal. He wasn't sending them anywhere. Just always making excuses. And what he really wanted to do was ride it out until this guy left and then dump it out in the world and claim it was his. He did it in spite of his employees who never helped him do a single thing. It's a true story. So the lesson I am relearning in the personal experiences, these are our shared experiences, those of us that are here right now. And at least 3 more of you listening. Thank you for giving us your time. Don't be that guy. Don't send people away from you. It's another saying of mine. Let me go ahead and put it in the log. Leave a... I can't see the little clock. Every time I click on the chat window, it auto resizes back on the small screen and covers up my chat clock. We're almost there. 05 5600. I usually say this about places, but let's play the game. Always leave a noun, person, place, or thing better than you found it. It's a saying of mine. Always leave a place better than you found it. But I guess there. See, I relearned, or always leave your people that you encounter in this world better than you found them. I said a lot of junk, but you know what? If somehow the destiny of things is this is what rang Lieutenant Bell, he was like, man, my bosses are really, they're letting me walk into these landmines for real. And he somehow hit me up in the world and said, you know, they told me to stay away from you because you're an a-hole. I'm like, yeah, you heard that live stream? I am an a-hole. I wear that proudly. But said, is there anything you can do? Will you give me a little class? Hell yes. Because if you're going to be a lieutenant in this world and you will listen to one word I have to say and better yourself so that you don't hurt. You hurt my friend, you scumbag. You left him confused and with his eyes spinning around in funny circles. Not so bad as that, Bill, but I'm an a-hole. That, man, so good stuff. Thank you, Bill. I have to honestly, truly, you know, this happened to you. We built it into all of this, and we're still going to get a long stream with Scott, tying it back to the biblical verses. And it just works out good because this mostly stayed secular, mostly clinical. And that's all I got. I'm going to stop running my mouth. You guys run your mouth for about 2 more minutes.
I want to say,
Run.
I want to say, and I'm coming from 100% sincerity on this. Thank you, Dean, first and foremost, for allowing your platform on YouTube giving me platform to do this on and to put this all out there to the entire world, because anybody can go to YouTube and see this and go from there. And I want to thank, everybody that was in the chat or, popped in, popped out. You know, they may not have commented, but they watched the entire thing and they know because they've been in and around and they know. It's sometimes the best thing you can do is to just try to get it out of your system, even with it as fresh as it is. And that may have helped some, and it may help somebody else later on. I don't know. I'm sorry, but I haven't sprouted wings out of my butt, and so I can't fly. And the sprouting wings out of your butt thing is a joke between Dean and myself because he laughed at it.
Well, I think I talked about it lots on the last live stream. I kept
But
bringing it back up and giggling about it, I think.
But it's one of those things where I'm very grateful to everybody, even the comments in the YouTube chat, and you guys for being in here with me and letting me do this, and I do appreciate it. George, thank you as well. You were a very good help on this, and I do appreciate it.
You're welcome. And no problem.
And other than that, I think that's it.
Chick's butt. Then exactly when I wrote it in my crystal ball, the only one we didn't name by name who really typed up this chat other than Scott was Perimeter. JB and Mrs. B. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Every bit helps. Send the links out on your other social medias and all that other jazz. Thank you, and one day we're going to get Mrs. B up on these things, doing something to her limits, within her limits. So I'm going to shut down the chat because we are past the 6:01 mark. I wrote 6:01-ish, and this is not a whatever, so I'm going to click this stop streaming button without a countdown. Everybody, good night, good listening. Thank you.